Canada. For these entities, it is an honor to give you a very warm welcome to this encounter that turns Bogota into the epicenter of regional cooperation of geospatial data and the observation of Earth. Every year, this annual conference of the observation group from the Americas unites specialists, representatives from spatial entities, different government institutions, the academic settings, international organizations, and the private sector throughout the Americas to share knowledge, experience, and solutions with a clear purpose to strengthen the use of geospatial information in order to face environmental challenges, social challenges, and economic challenges that unite us as a region. We also greet all of the people that are connected via our live transmission, via our official streaming YouTube, EDM channels, and EGAC channels. This morning, and this is we woke up with a special news and a sensitive type of news for our country, for Colombia. The death of Senator Miguel Uribe Turbay has died. In his memory, in solidarity to his family, and in respect to our countries, we offer a moment of silence. Our special greetings of respect and solidarity to his family. AmeriGEO 2025 is not simply a technical event, it's an opportunity to build partnerships, promote innovation, and reaffirm our commitment with the intelligence of Earth for a sustainable future. Today, we begin a joint path where data becomes decisions and decisions into actions that transform life and territories. We want to give a special greeting to the representatives that make up the group of Earth, delegates from spatial entities and international organizations, government entities from our member countries, the academic community, the scientists, and obviously each and every one of you, the participants whose commitment makes the AmeriGEO vision continue to grow. Throughout 5 days, the people will learn about how observation data from Earth can actually be transformed into concrete solutions for the challenges faced by our continent. In this space, ideas and science become decisions that positively impact people and territories. This encounter not simply seeks to exchange experiences, but also to build bridges for cooperation that will remain after these events. Throughout the next few days, we invite you to participate actively and go to the different panels and workshops and to the different parallel events and side events where you can interact, ask questions, propose, and establish new connections. In order to begin this event, we invite you to please stand while we hear the national anthem of the Republic of Colombia. Up next, we will have the opening ceremony from the 10th week of AmeriGEO 2025. This space is composed by a main table which has the participation of Dr. Gisian Echeverri Prieto, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies EDM Institute, Gustavo Marulanda, General Director of the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute, Madeline Calvo, the Costa Rica, and Dr. Beatriz Piedad Contreras, General Director of the Administrative National Department for Statistics, Dane from Colombia. Welcome. Please come up to the front. A very good day to each and every one of you. Good day. Thank you. Well, welcome to each and every one of you to the space to this week. On behalf of the Meteorology, Hydrology, and Environmental Studies Institute's EDM, the Geofocal Point, it's an honor to welcome you and thank you for your presence in this AmeriGEO 2025 week, an event which for the second time ever happens in Colombia, which fills us with great satisfaction as the host country this year and as the epicenter on this occasion of an exchange of knowledge, dialogue, and decision making which is transcendental for the search of a sustainable future via science and innovation, locates life in the center of all the regional agendas and global agendas. I wanted to especially greet and thank, give a special gratitude Gustavo Marulan, the director of the Agustin Codazzi Institute, IGAC, which we are co-organizing this event with. Thank you to the National University of Colombia, obviously, for opening up your doors to this event, for this agenda, and for being a strategic partner in organizing this event. A special greeting to Dr. Marilyn Calvos, the Costa Rica Geo Principal, Dr. Beatriz Piedad Urdinola Contreras, General Director of the Department of Administration at the national level for statistics, and also the different delegations and the different representatives from the different members, countries of the Americas. And I just want to, I'm not going to, I have delegations from Guatemala here, Ecuador, Chile, USA, Canada, Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, Peru, Argentina, Trinidad and Tobago, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Thank you very much to all of you for coming and accompanying us in this event. The AmeriGEO Week represents for this region a possibility to find ourselves in terms of cooperation, learning, mutual learning, and the building of joint solutions based on knowledge and free access to data and observation data from Earth. As a response to the commitment that from different sectors faces challenges like climate change, risk management, desertification, the loss of ecosystems and biodiversity loss, food security, deforestation, amongst many other problems. And with this, the care for life throughout all of its fashions. Throughout an entire decade, AmeriGEO has been a pillar for the regional integration with the use of geospatial data to facilitate decision-making, informed decision-making in critical areas like the before mentioned. So for our institute, it has been essential to come up with actions and initiatives that allow us to work in one common direction and join forces in compliance with these different goals at the different scales. Which what began with a regional effort today represents a robust platform that promotes local capacities and regional capacities. It promotes interoperability for data and capacities amongst different countries. It promotes innovation as a path forward for sustainable development, and it strengthens knowledge capital at a technical and scientific level to answer strategic and timely fashion these challenges. Thank you to everybody that is part of this initiative. I wanted to especially greet Ricardo. I have no idea where he's at, but thank you so much, Ricardo, whom has been working with this and helping us organize this event. from the very beginnings for this special group that is working in Colombia. Thank you, AmeriGEO in the regions of Americas has democratized information at a geospatial level, which has allows us to guarantee transparency and equitable access to knowledge and solutions based on evidence, scientific evidence. As the EDM and the focal point of GEO in Colombia, we are aware that the challenges of our regions require joint actions, working together as a network, and unbreakable commitments that will put science and innovation together as tools that are fundamental in transforming our realities. Reasons why which our work is focused on offering Colombia deep environmental knowledge which is rigorous, precise, and timely, and dialogue and produce synergies with strategies and infrastructures like AmeriGEO. Today we continue to be sad about the loss of our compatriots because of violence, and we have the hope that this contribution that we are making, and we're talking about transformation of realities here, will also be our grain of salt in building this hopeful peace in our country. From Colombia, we respect and we honor the commitment for this transformation. In this sense, we assume with responsibility and enthusiasm, being the host of this AmeriGEO, convinced that the exchange of experiences, the strengthening of capacities, and the collaboration at regional level are the path forward to help us build more resilient societies that are more sustainable. And as I highlighted earlier, will locate and put life at the center of all discussions and decisions. Finally, I wanted to invite everybody to take advantage of these next few days to share knowledge, to make partnerships and build alliances and think together about a more prosperous region to face these challenges that are coming up in the present and in the future. May you all be very welcome to Bogota, Colombia, and to the AmeriGEO Week. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Giselle Echeverri Prieto, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies EDM Institute, for your welcoming words. Opening words. Now we welcome Dr. Gustavo Marulanda Morales, General Director of the Geographic Agustin Godassi Institute, IGAC. Thank you so much, and a very good day to all of you, despite the bad news that we are all suffering from today with the death of Uribe. The statistics, Territorial, my colleague in these, Dr. Lisdin Echeverri, whom, as she said, we're organizing this space together in Colombia. Dr. Luz Janet Forero, Director from the Unit of Disappeared Sections, Robert Hutchinson, the DNP Director, Luz Allen Matthews, General Secretary of AmeriGEO, Marilyn Calvo, which is with us in this main table today, Geo Principal from Costa Rica, Adriana Villar de la Nova. Thanks to the representative of the Chamber, Maria del Mar Pizarro. Thank you so much as well for accompanying us today. She's going to be with us in the first panel, understanding all the transcendencies that this framework has had, which is part of what we're going to discuss today, this institutional framework that this country requires to continue to advance in such an important issue. For the Geographic Institute in its 90-year anniversary that is soon to happen, it's an honor to give you a special welcome to this AmeriGEO Week, where we will have the privilege of participating as co-hosts. Oh, I forgot. Forgive me. Let me rewind. A special greeting to the different missions that come from different countries. And Dr. Giselle mentioned the countries, and she already mentioned all of them, but thank you. It's a privilege to participate as the co-host together with the EDM and with the support from the National University of Colombia in a very special fashion. I especially greet today the Geo Colombia opening. It is officially opened, and these workdays are going to begin throughout these next few weeks. This week, this session will be dedicated to uniting the geospatial ecosystems that assumes a main role in this first workday. I wanted to express a very special greeting and our gratitude to the Government of Canada, and especially I wanted to thank Barrington and Climate Change Canada for their collaboration and helping us with this event. And also thank you to the GEO Group for the observation of Earth. Thank you so much for your help and the privilege of having this space here in Colombia. You have been a fundamental partners in the consolidation and cooperation at a spatial level in the Americas, space level. The Geo Columbia Day is a space where different public institutions are gathered, academic sectors, the private sector, the different technical communities, and different citizen or grassroots organizations that produce, use, and enrich geospatial data in Colombia. It is an opportunity to work together and strengthening our infrastructure, our capacities, and our partnerships that make it possible for geospatial information to be useful, reliable, and relevant for decision making. When we speak about geospatial data as a public good, we're referring to a resource that is being used not only by one entity or sector. No, if it's well managed, it will benefit all society in general, from the planning at a territorial level, Dr. Rubin, and from the risk management perspective, all the way to the environmental protection, agricultural protection, or improving urban services and rural services as well. The IGAC, as a geographic authority, has the responsibility of accompanying these production processes, interoperate, integrate, and support geospatial information produced directly or throughout different entities throughout the state. The sum of these entities that are part of this ecosystem gives us the task of covering the uses and needs of geoinformation. Therefore, our role is also to articulate and strengthen the ecosystems, the geospatial ecosystems, ensuring that the official information can be used and incorporated with other sources of information, as like satellite imagery, geographic information systems from different sectors, socioeconomic data, amongst many others, that allow us to potentialize and strengthen and improve the local knowledge and community knowledge in order to potentialize territorial intelligence. AmeriGEO 2025 is an important space for constructing or building geography that prioritizes life and the well-being of people, aligned with the 2023 agenda and the SDGs. Via observation of Earth and application of geospatial technology, we've been able to make decisions that are more informed about the public sector, about the academic sectors, about the different guilds in the society, that allows us to be more and more prepared every day to face the challenges at a global level. However, our challenge continues, and I insist, continues to be to protect life using the construction of a new social contracts. That is what is proposed by a development plan, Colombia, a world potential for life, that encourages equity and inclusion and allows us to have a new relationship with our environment to benefit our communities and their development processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the AmeriGEO Week offers us a unique framework so that this effort, when we're having a dialogue and national experiences with other countries' experiences and regional networks, this is an opportunity to learn what actually works, to identify what we need to improve upon, and to create strategic partnerships that will strengthen our capacities to solve these concrete challenges: climate change, water management, food security, urban resiliencies and rural resiliencies, and the preservations of our biodiversity. I wanted to especially thank in this space all of the different people that have made this event possible, to the different members of the Colombian Commission for Space that have participated actively throughout this process, and so many people that from your own institutions and your own knowledge are contributing so that Colombia can advance in our geospatial systems, being more open and useful for sustainable development worldwide. And a very special fraternal greeting to our collaborators from IGAC and IDM that were here throughout. I can't say how much time because you're going to surprise, but for a long time, I can't say how much, working so that that began on the 6th with the NASA event, but today becomes a reality here in this particular space, is actually a reality. Thank you so much for your dedication and your efforts. You have been fundamental to make AmeriGEO a reality. Ricardo, thank you so much. Alexandra, thank you so much. The different team members from the EDM, thank you so much for the support. May you all, ladies and gentlemen, be welcome to the Geo Columbia Day and the AmeriGEO 2025 week. Thank you so much. Dr. Marulanda, thank you for your words. Now we invite Dr. Marilyn Calvo, the Geo Costa Rica major member. Welcome. Very good day. I wanted to thank everybody for this opportunity to be here. I wanted to especially greet Mrs. Gislania Echeverri, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies EDAM Institute. Thank you, Mr. Gustavo Marulanda Morales, General Director of the Geographic Agustin Cotasi Institute. To Ms. Beatriz Piedad Urdinola Contreras, General Director of the Administrative Department from the National Statistics Institute. I wanted to especially thank and a special greeting to all the different distinguished geo majors and the corresponding delegations from the different countries. Thank you to the different representatives of the different institutions, the grassroots organizations, the different institutions that are linked with observation of Earth. And thank you so much to all the people that are present, everybody that is participating online and in person. May you all receive my special greeting. For me, it is a privilege to be up here in this celebration of the Geo National Colombia Day, which we used to open up the AmeriGEO 2025 week. This week represents a space where science, technology, and experience converges in terms of the observation of Earth with the purpose of strengthening our response, not only for Colombia, but of our entire region before the different environmental challenges, social challenges, and why not political and economic challenges as well that we are facing every single day. It will be a space, forgive me, for exchanging regional experiences while we will explore points and jointly the potential data, geospatial data, incorporating other disciplines like scientific disciplines to improve decision making on key issues such as health, risk management, climate change, the protection of biodiversity, and the reduction of contamination, amongst many others. It's also an opportunity for us as the major geos, as representatives at a regional level, to unify efforts between our countries to share experiences and find synergies that will allow us to continue to advance together toward common solutions. Our region possesses an enormous potential, not simply because of our environmental wealth and cultural and social richness, but also because of our capacity at an intellectual level present and academic institutions such as the National University of Colombia that embraces here today, and in each and every one of our institutions, in each and every place where we represent our countries, and the work of national, international, regional organizations that are committed with sustainable development. In this context, AmeriGEO becomes a focal point for encounter, strategic encounter location to channel these potentials. I sincerely thank the different organizations and the organizers, forgive me, of this AmeriGEO Week. Thank you for allowing us to participate in this event. And I have to also mention the Government of Canada for your valuable contributions. Without your contribution, this event will not be possible. And thank you to Ricardo as well, which I know has, Ricardo and all of his team, which I know have put forth so much effort. I know, believe me, I know what this event implies and the very good things that could come from this. It is my desire that this common effort becomes results that are greater results than those that are expected in benefit of this beautiful country and all of our region. Thank you so much. Dr. Marilyn Calvo, thank you so much. Now we invite Dr. Beatriz Pinedo Ordinola Contreras, General Director of the Administrative National Department for Statistics, DANE, Colombia, the National Statistics Agency, DANE. Very good day to everyone that is present accompanying us here in this space. For me, as a professor of the National University of Colombia, it's an honor to be here, not only because I feel at home in this university, which is the great center of academic production in the country and of research in the country, but also because we're accompanying for the second time now in a row this AmeriGEO week here in Colombia. We deeply are saddened by the events that occurred this morning in this country with the violence. But, however, and I also wanted to highlight that our work and all of the research that we do throughout the earth and the distribution of this will be fundamental in order to overcome these very difficult moments. Knowing what happens in the territory and having an equitable distribution of knowledge will be one of those few tools that will help us to overcome this crisis that have been happening in Colombia for over 7 decades now. It is a true honor once again to be here, and I wanted to especially greet Javier Pava, Director of Territorial Sovereignty from the Canciller's Office, Gustavo Maralanda Morales, General Director of the Geographic, Agustin Codazzi Geographic Center, IGAC, Juliana Echeverri, Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies, EDM Institute, to Anderson Puentes, Director of Information, Geographic Information from the Geographic, Agustin Codazzi IGAC Institute, Rubinaria Hofkins Rodriguez, Deputy Director of the General Royalties System, and Marilyn Calvo, Geo Principal from Costa Rica. AmeriGEO is an event that has been able to be consolidated as a key space to strengthen cooperation at a regional level in terms of data and observation of Earth, and its strategic role that it has for decision makers, for informed decisions and sustainable decision making. Every year, the AmeriGEO Week unites scientific communities, technical communities, institutions, and social institutions throughout the entire continent with a common purpose: to share experiences, results, and tools in order to better take advantage of intelligence that is offered by our planet via data. This year, under the slogan that brings us here today, the intelligence of Earth for sustainable future, makes it sound how urgent and how hopeful it is, because it invites us to explore how the incorporation of observation of the Earth, scientific knowledge, local wisdom, and emerging technologies can actually help us to better manage risk, prevent disasters, and to build resilience before environmental challenges, social challenges, and economic challenges that we are facing as a region and in general as a planet. Today more than ever, data is a tool for transformation. And likewise, geospatial data, when it is produced and it's incorporated and used in a collaborative fashion, become a common language that allows us to see opportunities, witness realities, and act upon our territories. In this same way, cooperation between governments, academic sectors, the private sectors, communities, and the communities, it is essential to strengthen our infrastructure for data and to be able to advance toward a more territorial, inclusive intelligence that doesn't leave anyone behind. That's why for Colombia, makes us proud to be the host of this AmeriGEO session, because we are ratifying our commitment with the strengthening of the geospatial ecosystems and statistical information as a common public good that is a roadmap for the construction and building and strengthening of public policies that are efficient for the country. Via the Strategic Information Plan for Geographic and National Information, we have defined a roadmap to continue to advance jointly in the consolidation of a geospatial intersector-based system that is participatory and innovative. The plan promotes partnerships with academic sector, with territories and communities in order to take advantage of technologies, emerging technologies, potentialize, encourage our production capacities, analysis capacity, and the use of geospatial high-quality data. Without a doubt, this is an opportunity that is invaluable to share knowledge, to build new partnerships, and especially to strengthen the call to a collective action. I invite all of us to take advantage of this space for dialogue, to identify sustainable solutions, to work jointly for a more resilient and informed and connected region, because where we have geospatial cooperation, we have better decision making, we have territories that are more visible, we have communities that are strengthened, that are voices for transformation within their territories. I wish and I desire you an enriching collaboration, significant advances, and results that will be concrete, that will get us closer and closer to sustainable development that we want for our Americas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to each one of the members that form this main table for their interventions. We greet special those who are connected with us through YouTube to IGAC and IDEAM. We're in our AmeriGEO Week 2025. In a world where geo information has become a strategic tool for decision making, Colombia faces the challenge of consolidating a solid and coordinated system of Earth observation. Satellite images, cartographic data are fundamental to understand our territory, to manage natural resources, anticipate risks, and plan sustainable development. However, the path towards a national place of observation for the Earth that is robust, which is marked by challenges, requires dialogue, cooperation, and long term vision. Up next, we will have the panel with the Geo Colombia conversation, institutional challenges for observation program in Colombia. This panel will be moderated by Gustavo Moleranda Morales, uh, General Director of IGAC. Gustavo Marulanda Morales is a public accountant of the higher school, specialist in government management and public affairs of the Externado University of Colombia and Columbia University. He also has studies in macroeconomic policies and um, public finances of CEPAL, planning and territorial management. Next to him, we will have a select group of panelists, among them Gisleana Echeverri Prieto, General Director of Hydrology Institute, Meteorology and Environmental Studies, IDEAM, Ruben Ariel Huffington Rodriguez, General Subdirector of SGR, Javier Pava Sanchez, Director of Territorial Sovereignty, the External Affairs Ministry, Mr. Pizarro, representative for the Chamber of Bogota, Ivan Luna, from IGAC, ex-minister of talent and knowledge, and ex-director for the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Welcome to the space. Please go ahead. Institutional challenges for the geospatial program in Colombia. I'm joined here by the director for the introduction. I think one of the main subjects that are debated today in our country has to do with how we manage information, geospatial information in Colombia. We've had, Doctora Maria del Mar, some initiatives that have wanted to have like a stronger, more robust institutionality to be able to manage this information. Today, we have basically a great Colombian Commission of Space, which is an advisement entity of the government. DAPRE is joining us as well, who is also behind this program by the presidency, but we haven't been able to, and I believe it's part of the challenges to advance more significantly in some institutional agreements that will allow us to give it a north clarity to these type of initiatives that are so relevant and important. Many of the entities that are in the Colombian entity of space, IDEAM, IGAC, or Aerial Special Forces, have been making efforts, each of them, within their environments of action, very well intentioned, that's clear, to advance in this subject, in this matter, but unfortunately, I think we are lacking a matter of institutional articulation that's more robust. Coordination is one of the key elements to be able to encourage in a more structured way these type of subjects. There, the Chancellor's office, uh, we've been giving some encouragements and leaps with the Colombian Commission in trying to direct this task, mostly from the international aspect, and to see how not only from the inside, internal, but we can coordinate with other agencies that are found here, but, and to see how with the aerospatial world. There are exercises within America, Latin America. There are other experiences within Europe and other continents that show us where we should be directed. So part of what we want today is to talk about these subjects, the challenges that Colombia has to deal with spatial information. Yes, that's right. We have a lot of challenges in Colombia, and that's why we've organized this panel where we have guests from different institutions, with different positions as well. We have representatives from our Congress of the Republic as well from the Chancellor's office, Dr. Gustavo. This also is part of the international agenda of the academics and of our institutions, where we want to talk more in depth about how we're working within the institutions, how we're articulating ourselves, what we are lacking to strengthen this line of work, and we expect and we hope that this can be nourished through the participation of all of you through dialogues that we will be having during the breaks to know how things are being overcome in your own countries. So, having said that, we begin this panel. Well, I'm going to introduce our panel. It's a very interesting panel that is represented by a relevant part in our institutional aspect. Beginning with our Meteorologic Institute, IDEAM, our director. She's an environmental scientist, master's in chemistry and environmental sciences. She has more than 10 years of experience in research and teaching and intersectoral studies, uh, different aspects of of governmental institutions, as well as through international networks and the leadership of initiatives of technology and science innovation and citizen mobilization. We're also joined by Dr. Rodriel Huffington Rodriguez of DNP, our sub-director of the DNP in royalties. He's also in charge of the subjects of centralization, which is a tough task that he has. He's got studies in his master's in urban studies, also from Pilot University, also with the Pedagógica University in Colombia, and also in sciences in the ProLam program. The doctorate is joined with the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute, which is very relevant and important, from the ProLam program from Sao Paulo University, where his thesis has been recognized by both universities. He has worked with different entities over the past 30 years, and he has been an advisor and consultant for EDM, and well, he started working very young. Also, Javier Pava, who is our territorial sovereignty director of the External Affairs Ministry, specialist in disaster prevention. He was director of the National Unit for Risk and Disaster Management until 2023, and he currently works as director in territorial sovereignty in the External Affairs Ministry, where he leads the international treaties with limits and guarantees of the sovereign treaty in Colombia in frontier borders that are land and oceans with all of other entities that are competent in the state. Maria del Mar Pizarro, representative to the chamber in Bogota. She's an environmental activist and representative to the Congress of Bogota. She was also part of the Memoria Center. She worked in the National Planning Center. Since 2015, she led a company with companies and recognized as one of the women who impacts Colombia. She has represented Colombia in international meetings. We're also joined, lastly, by Dr. Ivan Rodrigo Luna, advisor to Spatial Affairs for Agustin Codazzi. He's Vice Minister of Talent and Knowledge Appropriation, Social Knowledge Appropriation. He was there until a month ago, and he's a science director for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Ivan is also an electronic engineer, specialist in applied math, advisor for the GAC. He's also director of the special projects for the presidency and the Europe. He's a professor and researcher since 2002, and he directed the first mission for a Colombian satellite in 2007. He co-founded Psychospace, leading the WhatsApp Uno in Peru. These are the people that are joining us in this panel. As you can see, these are people that have a relevant task in the national government regarding these spatial matters. We want, with this panel, to generate spaces for strategic reflection for the governments and to be able to consolidate geo initiatives in Colombia. So the panel will be dealing with spatial data use, formulation of public policies, as well as requirements in terms of capacity, technical competency, and a norm framework. We also want to find opportunities to strengthen decision making and other aspects. I would like to start, Doctora Maria del Mar, with these matters of the challenges that we are facing for the development of these large projects, geospatial projects in our country. Thank you, Dr. Marolando. Dr. Echeverry, thank you for the invitation. We, in the National Plan for Development, we made a proposal to create the Digital Security Agency and Cyberspatial one. We wanted them to be two, but because of budget, well, housing did not give us the green light in order for it to be one specialized agency in the cyberspace subject. Nevertheless, this proposal was not approved in the Congress of the Republic, and it was not approved, and I think mainly because of ignorance. I thought that when we talk about any subject that has to do with security, what the media started saying and what some congressmen started saying that were opposing to this proposal is that we were going to be surveying you and them through this agency. So we then later created the law project with Dr. Luna, and Dr. Marulanda also advised us, and several experts in the country. However, this project was also once again dropped because they were saying that we were trying to uh, I want you to join us, but over the last few months I've reflected. I don't think the proposal was dropped because of ignorance. I think this was the excuse in the Congress of the Republic to not approve it. We see in many of the countries of the region, they already have this agency in Peru, in Brazil, in Chile, in Bolivia. And the truth is that there are large powers in Colombia that are not interested in us having control of our territory. I think that's my analysis because what would happen if we could have a better control of our borders? What would happen if we could have a better control of deforestation in Colombia? What would happen if we could control in a better fashion climate? Could we not tend in a more economic way to disasters? I think that this lack of articulation that we're facing regarding the spatial matter is also a response to economic interests. This is my personal opinion. Obviously, it's not the government's, but it is how I read it. So, what can we do? This agency, according to the Housing Ministry, would only cost the country 93,000 million pesos. But how much money could we save? For example, we estimate that the canister, multipurpose canister, would cost 4 billion pesos. How can we not be willing to do an investment where we could be saving 4 billion pesos? That's surprising to me, but I would like to ask the scientific community, above all, that for them to get involved in politics, because the largest problem is that we say, I don't want to have anything to do with politics, that has nothing to do with me, but it has a lot to do with all of the sectors. We've managed to get from the Congress to a second debate the Agency for Nuclear Security, which is a very important matter for the scientific and medical sector, and it was thanks to the network of scientific and medical groups. So I do believe that the ball is in your court. Sorry, the gentleman has no mic. There are some opinions that show that before we get to the agency, we should be paving a path, advance in some sort of way, and to be associated with exercises that have been done on a regional level, like ALCE, the Caribbean Agency for Space, as a middle step to reach our objective. Do you consider that Colombia should give that step, or should we be reaching these types of proposals that seem pretty sensible to me, that are not counterproductive to me? But how is the Chancellor's office seeing this matter? Or is it just like a step that we need to take while we materialize these type of initiatives in the country? Well, first of all, greeting to all of you and Gustavo for this important event. To have this discussion is a very opportune moment because, yes, to improve information and knowledge is going to lead us to take better decisions. The effort of creating the national agency is a subject that we can no longer put on the side and we need to advance. I think that the commitment that the Petros government has is that we are able to advance it, and we hope that we are able to put this into the Congress at the floor and advance it. But, however, we not only need to create the institutionality, but we also need to create capacities that have been creating in each of the entities. I think that the Colombian Commission of Space helps to articulate these capacities, which are complementary between the entities to create said capacities. But at the end, there needs to be an entity that leads the entire process, and that would be the agency. Colombia can advance up to a certain point the investments in space, and this means availability of resources and certain efforts that could be reached if we did it jointly with countries that have uh, joint interests, common interests, and advance in processes of technologies that have been developed already in other latitudes and spaces that would allow us to make this a lot easier. So here comes a work that needs to be parallel in all of the senses. From the chancellor's offices, we've been receiving offers of from many countries that have important spatial developments that we've been evaluating what they imply. Some of them are involved in some processes that imply geopolitical analysis. So everybody that we're not just going to say yes to anybody that provides support. We're not sort of also we've been analyzing the proposals from the European countries as well for spatial and geospatial development. But before this, there is a subject that we've been looking at with a lot of attention, and it's that Colombia and Petro, the president, has been taken has t- has taken the leadership for this mechanism that is very important. And through it, we've identified central subjects in which ALCE appears. This is an initiative that has started some time ago and that some countries have led. It's in the starting point at the moment, but we believe it's an opportunity to add efforts between different countries that allows us to access to quicker to information and technological aspects. We've been gathering with Mexico, who is leading this initiative. We believe that there is an advantage and also matters of capacities because the other countries that are part of it have not had development that implies large processes of exchange. Well, Colombia doesn't have it either. We don't haven't made a decision yet on this matter because not only want Colombia to do it, but we want to take it to the Serat meetings in November. We're gonna have a CELAC meeting with Europe, where this matter will be as a central point that needs to be revised within CELAC. And the objective in the end is that Colombia, on the one side, achieves strategic alliances with the countries with which we share information. We need to be able to share information with our neighboring countries, with Peru, with Ecuador, with Bolivia, because it's the same for information we need in the Caribbean. We can share this information, but development towards the space requires efforts from all of us. And if we join efforts, we could achieve a better position as Latin America, and that's why within Selects we're including this subject because we cannot do it by ourselves. There are things that we can do by ourselves, and that's advancing. Even initiatives such as what we saw recently in the mission that we were in Antarctica with the Aerospatial Force. We found, for example, a group that was getting ready to go to space, and I was baffled. How are these people coming to Antarctica to getting ready to go to space? Uh, but this is part of the commitment of the MP to see what's a policy in that sense. Yes, Maria del Mar was saying, mentioning it, we were working in a project, the law project for the creation of the agency. Ivan Luna was part of this team that was working and supporting in a technical matter. Ivan, why is it necessary the creation of this agency? Why is it necessary? Why from the more academic part of it? The representative has given us light of the relevance of this matter, but Javier has also mentioned that we not only have to work internally, but we need to articulate it with other initiatives to be able to turn it into a team to make not only for Colombia but like regional integration. What inspired the creation of the agency? What was that process like, and the need of this agency? Yes, well, good morning to everybody, and thank you for the possibility to participate in this space. Uh, it's evident in spaces such as this the importance that geospatial matter has. We all know this, the positive impact that it can have in many areas of the sector, and particularly guaranteeing human rights of people. The importance of this matter for the guaranteeing human rights. So from the academia, it's we already know the importance of this, but there are other aspects. One of them is sovereignty, not only for territorial sovereignty and technological one, but the needs that not only Colombia but other countries in Latin America can have are particularly the capacities that we need to develop are particular, and the different institutions of the Colombian government have been working towards this. IGAC has been a leader in this process for many years. There are several public policy instruments that have had their origin from the institute itself, but there we also have the EDM, we have the academia, the Ministry of Defense, the Aerospatial Force of Colombia, and other entities. However, and this is one of the largest challenges that we have, is that one of the government exercise is interinstitutional organization that makes for these resources to be atomized. So large projects that are required are difficult to have is if there is no institutionality for them to occur. So it is important to have an agency there. There are discussions that we haven't overcome, but that in other latitudes they were given and found in the 70s, and we have not been able to get over them or overcome them. And basically say, why are we going to be creating an agency if we're still facing hunger in the country, if our roads are still not great? Why do we want a spatial space agency? Why are we investing in that if we haven't solved housing matters? But it is for that precise reason that we have to do that, because the prices of food are high. It's because we can't do a territorial organization in an easy manner regarding water. That's why we need this space agency, and we need this agency to be able to have a conversation with countries in our regional area in similar efforts. I do consider it to be vital and very important. There are efforts that we're not going to be able to do only as a country, but they have to be regional efforts, and that need to have the characteristics of our particular needs, and that's why we need a more robust institutionality. We have the commission of the space since 2006, but we need something stronger, and that would be the agency. Thank you, Ivan. I want to close this matter of institutionality to to go into something that you mentioned, which is the use of information, the articulation that we need to have between the different entities, so that in effect we can deal with all of the development matters. So that's why I want to ask Maria del Mar, and then with Dr. Gislady, uh, regarding the atomization of efforts. But before that, I would like to ask our representative, how can we move forward in this matter? You are leaving us with the challenge of working from here, yes, but help us to guide us, direct us what to do. Would it not be important for us to be able to present the space agency, separating it from cybersecurity? But is that going to be able to go into the matter in Congress? First of all, what else do we have to do, not only as a community that is here, but from the national government entities and the executive to work in this matter? Well, yes, I was going to be saying is that, well, yes, we need to separate both agencies so that the digital security agency does not make noise per se to the space agency, right? So, besides separating the two subjects, which would remove that noise, I think it is very important that scientists in Colombia begin to do political pressure, organized political pressure, with the Nuclear Security Agency, which is a polemic, controversial topic because there's polarization. People are very aware of nuclear accidents. Well, it is proven right now that it is one of the safest way to produce energy, along with the aeolic production of energy. Hydrocarbons are a lot more dangerous. Uh, uh, but we had to sort of break some of the preconceptions that we had, both in their representatives for the chamber and for Congress, senators, and the state institutionality. In this case, we don't have these preventions, but what we did see was a scientific community that is organized. They have the Nuclear National Network, so they have the medical sector, the industrial sector, agriculture, the environmental sector, because this is a law that helps all of the sectors. And they sat down with all of the ministries and they said, we need this. Why? Because we generate 45,000 employments, jobs. I know that right now there's a chamber for aerospatial industry group, and I think it would be very important for them to sit down with commerce and they tell them we could generate 20,000 indirect jobs, which is what Comp is estimated. So for me, we need to be organized. The actors that have to do with the climate matter, the spatial actors, the actors that are working in the environment, because in the same manner that the nuclear security law, this is a project that is going to be umbrellaing a lot of sectors and that can maximize a lot of areas. So what I encourage you to do is for us to do a work table with scientists where we can create a roadmap of political pressure and lobbying in the good sense of the word. This is what I would say is the do.
So that's the homework, and that's the challenge that we have before us. Okay, so to work on that line that is provided by that representative. Now, I'm not sure if anybody has an additional topic that you would like to touch upon at an institutional level, how to strengthen these issues, or are we good? Like Javier. Well, with the intervention of Maria del Mar, I have something that pops to mind. There's a discussion here right now within this bill. One, this is a topic related to national security. The other is related to cybersecurity, and we have the issue of the IT technologies or communication technologies. And we also are saying, we're talking about information for issues related to the environment, for issues related to risk, for issues related to recognition and information. So we ask ourselves, depending on the use that we want to give that information, depends our how we're focused. And the aerospatial forces lead the process because that's considered a national security issue. So the people that are thinking about the environment are always left out, or other issues, because they say, oh, we're not going to invest on that. Let's invest on security, national security. So I'm more from the opinion that we should include this more holistically speaking, because if not, then the cybersecurity people just reign, and the security people and the rest of the people are possibly left out or put on the back burner or not advancing. And the geographical EDM and the IGAC, all of these entities need that fundamental support. Well, if you allow me to add something, the cyberspace issue in the defense sector doesn't allow us to receive a lot of money from international cooperation. It doesn't allow us. So therefore, it also does not allow that data to be actually be used in a public fashion and at an industrial level either. So if we generate existing or if we potentialize an industrial sector that we've already had, we have a lot of examples in Colombia related to this. Yes, I agreed. So let's touch upon that issue about Earth's observation and the potential that it has, and this great tool, the potentials that it has, precisely to help these different other topics from the EDM. There are certain exercise and efforts that exist. There's a great task that is very relevant that the EDM has been doing and taking advantage in developing these types of informations, aerospatial information. What has the EDM done in order to strengthen these lines that the representative is talking about, that Ivan talked about clearly, and that Javier also makes a good point that effectively, how can we actually work on this apart from national security issues, which obviously are important, but they transcend this. They have to overcome these issues, and we have to make more sense in terms of observing the Earth as well, and not and also in communications as well, which are also key elements that we need to work on from space information perspective. Thank you, Director. From the EDAM, well, we've done many, many things. The EDAM Institute has a broad spectrum of action. We work on many different issues, obviously the climate lines, but also we do environmental studies as well, and broad studies in that sense as well. I wanted to add to the words that there's a sense of urgency about that sovereignty as well. Why a sense of urgency? Well, let me tell you, from the EDAM, in order to generate forecast or climate forecast that many people or all of the planning at a territorial depends on these forecasts, and risk management depends on it, for early alert systems, for safeguarding lives, and for safeguarding infrastructure. In order to generate that, we depend on other countries' satellites for this. We have to use them, and in this sense, we depend on the goal designate of La Nova, and there's no secret whatsoever for nobody that the current U.S. president has cut back drastically in La Nova. And we have a technical dependency as well. We depend technically because if at any moment they decide to not generate or not transmit or not to provide any more information publicly or freely to the country, then we're going to be a bit blind or blindsided. So there's an emergency to have a sovereignty in this regard as well. Urgency here. And there's something else. And this is actually happening this year. Since January of this year, we stopped having free access to planar images, and that's a very important high cost for the country. The EDN requires more than 400,000 visualizations per year in order to follow up on deforestation issues, and we're no longer able to freely access this, and this is a huge cost that was not calculated by the entities. This is a cost that is not within the budget. It's not been budgeted nor planned for, and as far as these decisions are being made from other countries, and other countries make decisions, obviously they have sovereignties as well, but we are affected in principle because we're depending, technically speaking, on these other countries. So we have to definitely speak about this, and this is an emergency issues from the IDAM at an internal level. Well, here, and my colleagues from my panel here and my colleagues spoke that there's certain efforts at a legislative level, at an executive level, and in legislation. And institutions that are technical have to act in parallel, have to act simultaneously with these government actions. And how? Maybe we're advancing, the laws are coming, but if we have to be technically up to date, we have to be ready. We may not be ready in case these laws pass. So there's very important work that we have to do within our institutions, pre-work. It means that we have to be organized beforehand on structural issues, but especially it means that we have to create changes in our paradigms, our institutions, and that Director Gustavo says that the dam is 90 years old, IDAN is 30, and IGAC is 90 years old. But they've inherited these things from previous institutions that have been around for over 50 years at a meteorological level, and that paradigms have changed, and the visions that our structures have from these entities have not been thought about from a spatial sovereignty or space sovereignty issues. They've thought about it from different perspectives within our structures. Perhaps people arrive and directors may have different visions, more at the forefront, more modern visions, innovative visions, but the structure continues to be the same thing that was created 30 or 90 years ago. And those limitations limit us quite a bit and don't allow us to incorporate processes and technological processes within our map of processes or process maps. So there's important, huge challenges here. From the EDM, we've organized and we've diagnosed all of these flows of processes that we have in order to understand where we're at, in order to understand what we have and what we actually need. So if we speak about articulation, the EDM has to have the capacity to say, hey, listen, I have this amount of data that occupies this amount of space on the cloud or our hardware within our institute and our own local servers. So I need more storage, processing power, etc. This is my data lake. So we have to be able to make that data available. And when I have much clarity exactly what is my baseline, then I can begin to say and work with others. And that precisely avoids that duplication of efforts as well, because perhaps there's so much broadness that many institutions, even though our missions are well defined, sometimes we step on each other's toes. We start to do things that somebody else may be doing. Maybe so we're doing the same thing. So that diagnosis is fundamental. Within our institutions, we have to restructure our streamlining our efforts to lead us to modernizing our processes that have a different logical perspective, and obviously also begin to speak a common language in a broader sense. Dr. Javier Pava talked about it, and this is led by the defense sector, but it's not only about defense here. And this information doesn't belong simply to defense. Even though there's formal instances like the Colombian Space Commission, and in these formal instances we can come in and argue and come up with proposals which are clearer to work together as well. So in general, to not go too much longer, there's just one final point that I want to make, which I believe is fundamental and that we need to work in simultaneously, is dissemination of information. And I take the words from our Congress member here. There's fears, and there's sometimes some fears associated with certain perceptions. But if institutions are not the ones that demystify these things, then we're not going to advance. In what sense? Well, communication and dissemination of information and scientific information has to be involved in every process. We cannot advance with our back to everything and doing the best here and not tell people about it, about what the importance of this is, why this works, why the country needs it, and why we all can use it. And I think that this is something that we have to work on in terms of dissemination of our institutional efforts, and that's one of the bets that we've had at the EDM level with this topic specifically. Thank you. I wanted to maybe get sidetracked a little bit, and it's very interesting what you're speaking about. Maybe I'm getting sidetracked here, but what you're talking about here, about what was written. So taking advantage of the experience of Professor Ruby here, Dr. Ruben, at these institutional levels, and also aligned with what our director spoke about. Professor, I think that there's an important issue here that she's talking about, and how do we work together, and how do we work with this value chains of space information, how we use that space information, the appropriation and ownership of space information. Now we're going to talk about appropriation, but how can we be more effective in working together, articulating the different entities within these types of topics? From the IGAC, we've been proposing drafting a common compass document that allows us to give us some public guidelines that will allow us, amongst many other things, amongst other points, precisely to do that. How? Because at the end, I think that this is a problem that we're suffering from. The government, it's nothing. It's not worthwhile having an agency if we're not able to work together or using these informations that will allow us to effectively use this information and efficiently and effectively use that information with all the purposes that are proposed, with defense, with communication, observation of Earth, etc., etc. So how do you see these issues, and how can we work together, and how can we advance, hopefully after this bill and this law is passed, with these types of issues, or with a compass plan, government plan that will allow us to facilitate or help us work together after the legislative process goes through the Congress? Well, good day. First of all, thank you for the invitation that the IDAC is making us. IGAC, Dr. Marulanda, thank you for that, inviting us to work on this. And thank you to the National Planning Department, DMP, and as me, as representative of the National DMP Statistics Issues, as a representative. There's several things that I want to discuss here. Definitely, I have to use the academic analysis perspective here because definitely we're always saying that there's de-articulation at an institutional level, but institutional level, and I agree with all of you that we're not working together properly, and that's evident, yes. But there's also another problem that the Colombian government or the Colombian state, and I'm going to say this in up even up to this government, used to be a state that was thought about from the perspective of action upon demand. We act upon demand. And that vision of act upon demand, action after it's demanded, it limits institutions' ability to act. This government actually proposed strategic issues that are cross-cutting at a very strong level that were not previously done, that cannot be developed in the same fashion. So we've heard discourses from the directors of the DMP themselves, the previous DMP directors, which said, no, we work based on project-based working, and they talked about projects, small projects, proyecticos, as we call them in Spanish. We work with little projects, but there's no large strategic projects that are cross-cutting that will structure this. That was an assertive analysis. The problem is, how do we actually work with what we had in the past? So sometimes we actually do good, we have good attempts, we do good analysis at a strategic level. However, the decisions in general are not made. We don't make the decisions. We've had 3 years of this new government, and obviously this is a difficult issue because there's institutional cultures that are difficult to overcome. And the big problem, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the big problem that we have within institutions is every time we need other institutions to actually provide us information, that's when we have problems. Despite the fact that there's a supposed in this government, and there's a supposed political project in this government to do this, to share information, we continue to have these isolation, the same complications. Not sharing information. Many observatories in the academic sector as well. Many observatories work alone in isolation. What is the fundamental problem from observatories to provide information in order to be processed elsewhere? That's where we always fall short. So I believe that, and forgive me from what I'm about to say here, but I think we need more government within that logic and within that line to share, to be able to project a state that works together, that will transition toward other processes, other organic institutional structures. And that's where I believe that we need to work on. And these are difficult things that we have to overcome. These are organizational cultures that cannot be changed overnight. Even though you make organizational paradigm shift, map changes possible. I have a discussion. This is difficult. I always argue with my colleagues in terms of these methodologies like typology methodologies, municipal typology methodologies. No, we've been doing this forever, like 40 years now. No, I say no, but there's other methods, there's other models that we can actually work with that are better. And it's very difficult to convince people. I've been, for 4 months, having that same argument. I began little by little to try to change some of these mindsets that chip. However, it's difficult. It's the places. And now let's go back to the issue of politics, and public policies. Those of us that work public policy, we know that the first thing we have to do in politics is to put this on the public debate. And here, the representative, I agree with you. If we don't put this on the public agenda, then we have nothing. That's where we need to put this on the table. That's where we start to work, at least to think about the problems and to try to find solutions to these problems. And there is a line, an action line that is very strong, that's very important here. And I completely agree that we have a historical deficit in terms of space data, and that there is a problem related to sovereignty as well. But I'm not going to talk about sovereignty from our neighboring countries, but let me talk about sovereignty, about how we see sovereignty itself. This is a country that ever since the country was created, so we've lost 40% of our territory throughout different types of negotiations or wars, diplomatic negotiations mostly. And we're about to lose another piece in the Amazon region right now. Javier will be in charge of that one. But well, we've lost land. Let's say we've been recurringly losing land, and that recurring loss is because we don't actually truly have, or there's never been a true interest as a state, as a government, about our space data, right? So there hasn't been a true interest from the state from our space data, and that has provided weakness when we negotiated in the territories. As with Nicaragua, for example, we had no clarity about the platform, Ultima's platform. So from that San Andres, so we're in the province, there's islands, and I know the problem. And we have another problem to not actually recognize the people of the territory. That's another problem we have. And there we have another great difficulty. I think we have an immense challenge here that we have to overcome. Obviously, in just 4 years, we're not going to overcome all these challenges, and our government's about to end. But I believe that the task is immersed. We have to do the homework in the National Planning Department. We produce data, but we're also data consumers as well. We consume data apart from producing it. For example, everybody is pending when the DANE provides data so that we can do the calculations. We create budgets. Obviously, the budget are defined by the Treasury, but we have to do the programming of the budget. So we have to schedule the 30 billion. Well, and at this moment, I have that double condition right now. I have that double condition because I am the Deputy General Director of Royalties at this particular moment, but I also come with the General Subdirection of Decentralization, and there we have other important issues like multi-purpose cadastre, which is the heart, perhaps the heart of the DMP, the core of what we can contribute to geospace issues and geospace data. So from that regard, I believe we have huge challenges. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you, Doctor. Javier, you were going to add something? You were going to say something about the conflict in Leticias. I have to speak about that. In Santa Rosa, the island of Santa Rosa, with the Compedit, that conflict that we're having with Peru. No. Well, I think that what Ruby is saying is true. Effectively speaking, we have to have an open debate and discussion. And Iliali was talking about this, about the discussion related to our sovereignty. And it corresponds, I'm in charge of the national sovereignty. So speaking about sovereignty cannot be said about the geographic borders alone. We have to speak about sovereignty in terms of what it implies, that information and data, what that sovereignty. And we have another issue that we have to discuss. We can go out and say, let's come up with an agreement with any of the MOUs. Like we have a MOU with Switzerland, with Brazil, with Switzerland, with a great deal of countries. We have MOUs. So what are we going to negotiate with these countries? Behind these countries, there's an entire industry, an aerospace industry, a technology industry that ends up with a business model where we end up providing them the management of our aerospace information. In many cases, we give it to a company, not a country, but we give this over to a multinational private company that is interested in managing the information. So and of course, we say, well, that information, in order to observe the Earth for climate issues, well, that is neutral. We're only seeing clouds here, and we're only looking about the behavior. No. We're talking about all the information they're capturing. We cannot separate in thinking simply that the information that we're observing the Earth is neutral information and we're only looking at climate issues alone. No, this is also related with communication. This has to do with security as well and defense. So what I am seeing today appearing as a main issue related to sovereignty in the midst of a country where artificial intelligence is taking over the world is that effectively we need as a country to have the capacity to manage and administrate our own national information. And if we lose that opportunity, then we will fall trap and we will be in the hands of a company, not another country, but we'll depend on companies and multinationals that we depend upon today, and it's going to be more and more difficult, and that's going to be a more interconnected country. So where does that leave Colombia? There's a complicated issue from the national agency to achieve these types of things. Obviously, we have the National Space Agency It doesn't mean that we don't have the council either, the National Space Council either. Obviously, that allows us to work together. We have to have both things, but we can't fall short with only one. No. So sovereignty is important. This is sovereignty that involves all issues at an institutional level. The discussion and argument today in terms of air sovereignty, for example, airspace sovereignty, which is the note of protest from Peru that we're discussing this today, where they say that we were in their Peruvian territory. So we have aero civil information. How much were we really? Were we really overflying Peru, apart from the borders of Peru and the airspace? Well, we say that's an issue. That's a space issue, but that's as much as we're working with space. But what about issues at an aerospatial, where the interest is a common interest about the whole Earth, our common goods? That's a discussion. Our common territories. That's what we have to discuss and see how we include that as well with all this team and the compass that we're working with and trying to create. But let's speak about usage, and the time is almost up. Let's talk about appropriation or ownership and usage. I think we also have to highlight here that all of these information issues that should be governed or managed by us ourselves, that should be generated, produced, and governed and administered from an institution at a public level or from public institutions themselves, in reality has a factor which is fundamental. It's what do we use this for? And I think that the EDM has been showing us very important exercises with the academic sectors, with other stakeholders. Why don't we touch upon these issues? And Professor Ruby, why don't we also look at a different perspective, which I also think is important? It's the issue related to the social factors. How can we use, or how can communities and society and communities use this information? But let's begin first with our director. But we only have a minute. The time is almost up. I'll try to be concise. Well, we have 5 minutes. From the EDM, we have a mission that says that we have to facilitate decision makers with information. In order to facilitate, that means that all citizens, that all sectors, all private government sectors, academic sectors, and in general, should be able to have access easily, quickly, and timely this information. That is a challenge, which goes hand in hand with geovisors. That goes hand in hand with the geovisors. From the EDM, in these last few years, we've really bet upon modernizing our technology that will allow us to have that data available, not only the checks and the rasters and the bulletins or the newsletters, but also in geovisors. Geovisors are much more friendly, if we want to say that, for the users. They're more user friendly. So last year we launched the detection and early alert detection geo deforestation geovisors. It's available. You can find it in our portal. And last year we also launched our geovisors for forecast and alerts, which is very important, where you can actually look at all the national territory and you can see variables such as temperature, rainfall, precipitation. That's in the EDM website. Yes, the EDM. Don't look in Google, because it takes you to the old access that it's broken. No, you have to go to www.edm.gov. Don't look in Google. Just go directly to the website. Don't go to Google. It takes you to the wrong place. And there you can actually go to different lines and you see the weather and the forest, and we see the different geovisors that we're working with. This Thursday, you're all invited to. We're going to show you about a recent launch, which is the coverage map. There you'll be able to see hydrology issues. We have radars, etc., and obviously satellite imagery, etc. Everything in real time. All of this extremely updated according to the seasons. So you can consult that, query that. That's an important bet. But also in terms of availability, the thing about the DMP, we are betting upon interoperability. We don't want this to be. We have to receive a written formal request, petition with that bureaucracy and red tape. No. We want to be interoperable with the Ministry of the Environment and with different institutions. We have to have interoperability so they can just access information transparently, and they can use these processes to make them more agile. That allows us to begin to actually work with issues that are fundamental. So if we have this information freely available, then how can society and academic sectors actually begin to use this information? Which is another advertising slogan. So Colombian mapas.gov.co, Observatory of Earth and Territory. So just to say that we're working on some of these things as well. But that's the topic about how we can actually ensure that the community and society in general can actually begin to use this information. I discovered this. I've been in the planning department for a relatively short time, but I really like to be a curious person. I'm very curious. So within the curiosities, I found that there's competitions. It's the system. There's a national system for assistance and technical cooperation. It has not actually been done. So I just discovered that it's there, so I've started to work on this. I think that this is an important space to work on in order to build and construct. Well, we need to establish certain guidelines that we can follow up upon, or lines that we can follow upon in terms of the technical assistance from the state. That technical assistance from the state to municipalities and communities also has to go through the government, and this is going to be associated to that information, that geospace information, because local development has to go through communities, and communities need to take ownership of their own territory and appropriate that knowledge. And that appropriation is not just the possession of the land, but the possession of the climate, possession of taking ownership of the soils, the seasons, temperatures, and that appropriation sometimes is interfered upon either because of violence or because of a lack of knowledge or because the mayors themselves today, when they say, oh, there's corruption, for example, in royalties, which is that involves me. But you know what is the corruption in royalties right now? That the system, the technical system is so technical that municipalities, the fifth and sixth category, is not able to access those royalties. So they have to hire, and we have middlemen that come in and says, I can do this for you. So I think the ADM happens to you as well. No, Mike, sorry. So let's say that these are issues that we find ourselves upon. So these are related issues, how information can be accessed, and that information is sometimes hidden. It's not where it should be placed. So there's middlemen, middle corporations. So we have to almost do like a sort of surgery. We have to like surgically have an operation here so that data can actually allow communities to participate and have autonomy, and the mayors in these municipalities and the poorest municipalities, which are called fifth and sixth categories. For those of you that are not from Colombia, we have mayors, we have city categories. These are the categories that have less than 100,000 inhabitants, and they have less than a certain amount of minimum wages in terms of budgets. So those municipalities need a lot of technical support, and that technical support doesn't have that information nor the methodologies. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the time is up. It was a very exciting talk. Unfortunately, time is up. We could have continued speaking for a long time about these issues. But I wanted to highlight some key points. Dr. Maria del Mar proposes that we weren't able to create that agency because of a lack of understanding and the use of needs. We call for action, how urgent this issue is. It is necessary to separate the security, digital security agency for the space agency, to create this agency. This is a call to action as well, so that we from the institutions and from scientific communities can actually work hand in hand jointly in order to be able to push these types of efforts. Javier, forgive me, or Dr. Pavas, forgive me, our Director of Sovereignty, forgive me just calling you by first name, Dr. Javier, that Colombia, that is the president of the SELAC right now, is committed in strengthening space issues in the international plane and in the country. Space is not simply an issue related to national defense and security. The Air Force or the aerospace forces that play a fundamental role, obviously, but this is an issue that goes beyond that. And it needs and requires civil governance. Data sovereignty and geospace data sovereignty is key, so we don't depend on information that countries may want to or may not want to provide us, and foreign companies, especially multinationals. And that sovereignty, that territorial and technological issues and knowledge requires and justifies the creation of that agency. And we had the commission that exists by Colombia Space Agency, but I think that it's not enough. It's not enough to create an institution, a strong institution that will work with geospace information in Colombia and will allow us to have a good taking advantage of international cooperation efforts and space cooperation, which is way more solid. The director, Ghislaine, also talks about that she calls us to action about sovereignty issues, about information management that is generated from space. Colombia depends on capacities that today we have no capacity for or have no control over today. And the different technical organizations like the IDAM and IGAC, they have structures that make the incorporation of new technologies more difficult, and the capacities that allows us to achieve that sovereignty, that geospace sovereignty. Another key aspect is dissemination of information and how important this information is, and we need the support and understanding that the general communities need to know about this. Professor Ruby talks about that de-articulation at an institutional level is has used to be worked on action by demand, and that makes things difficult to work with these issues. So he calls for action, and he wants strategic investments that are way more structured and more comprehensive and more holistic. And we request 93 billion pesos so that they can help us with the creation of the agency, that aerospace agency. And we're not trying to make you commit right now. He's the one that manages the money. He's the one with the money. If we don't ask him for money, then who else do we ask? So think about it. Now that we're having these discussions about the budget and how important this is, and we're discussing these budget issues with the Congress, and the big difficulty that different entities have in order to work together. And this is not an issue simply about these space issues. I think that this is a weakness that we have as a country working together, and the territorial administration issue also becomes perhaps an excuse, an inadequate excuse precisely, so that on these issues related to space observations, we can effectively have a common issues as one of our fundamental issues that we need to work on. And technical assistance from the government as well, and the state is also fundamental for communities as well. Technical assistance to communities is another issue that we need to work on. This is a great cycle. The production of information, the generation of that information, how we can actually manage that information adequately, but also how we ensure that it can be actually used adequately by society and generally by the government, by civil society, the academic sectors, etc. But also the communities, they have to be empowered. If we want a new model of governance, we need empowered communities, and then we need to help them technically so they can effectively use this information. Thank you so much for having paid attention to us in this panel, to the different panelists. Thank you so much, and thank you for participating. And I think that Dr. Maria del Mar has a large task ahead of us. Us and the rest of the community have to continue to work in building and constructing an effective agency that will allow us to have a stronger way to work on these geospace issues. And from the IDAM, we continue to build geography for life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to those who were part of this high-level panel, who we invite to locate themselves in the space for the official photograph. We also want to thank all of the organizers and our allies who have made the creation of this event possible. Recognition to IDEAM, IGAC, the National University of Colombia, the observation team of the group, Canada government, Procalculo, and different allies like Renata, Galileo, Acre, and Dato, who with their commitment and support have contributed for all us to be gathered today in this event. We invite you to a 15-minute break. Please, we'll come back so that we can continue in the first day of our meeting from the Virginia Gutierrez Auditorium in the National University of Colombia. For those of you who are here with us in the auditorium today, please visit the stands of the companies, organizations, and entities that are part of this important event. You will find them at the aisle of the western side of this building. In the same manner, we invite you to always keep your lanyard with you so that throughout the event, and please continue, those of you who are joining us through YouTube, please follow us on our social media, YouTube, TikTok, etc. We want to see how you're living this great event from your social media. We want to invite you to share your experiences, stories, or posts by using hashtag AmeriGEO 2025. See you in a second.
Pronóstico del tiempo IDEAM para el primer día de AmeriGEO 2025, lunes 11 de agosto. En la mañana se espera cielo parcialmente cubierto y tiempo seco en la zona del evento. En la tarde se prevé el aumento de nubosidad y lluvias ligeras a lloviznas. En la noche se espera cielo parcialmente cubierto y algunas lloviznas esporádicas.
We invite you to take a seat. We will continue with our agenda in a few seconds. Welcome once again to the AmeriGEO Week 2025. Thank you for joining us this morning. AmeriGEO is an initiative of regional cooperation that seeks to coordinate and strengthen the use of geospatial information and the Earth observation in the Americas. It works as the regional chapter for the Americas of Observation Group of Earth GEO because of its acronym. It's an international alliance that promotes the integration of satellite information, measurements both in land and air and water to make decisions in the environment, climate risk, water, biodiversity, and other key subjects. To begin this new schedule, AmeriGeo, we invite to the stage Diana Alexandra Ruiz Bedoya, subdirector of IGAC, who will be moderating this space that we will be developing here. The Alexandra Ruiz is an engineer from Libertadores University, a specialist in strategic management and specialist in development of database of Jorge Tadeo Lozano University. In a territorial context that is more and more complex, that's interconnected and dynamic, geographic information has taken a central role in public decision making. It's now a strategic resource that allows us to understand the risks and to develop interventions that are more sustainable for the countries in Latin America. To have data that is interoperational is fundamental to face challenges such as territorial governance, environmental management, ground organization, and response to climate change. In this sense, data that comes from a satellite and monitoring networks are a key source to feed the territorial intelligence and generate useful, opportune, and with a differential information. Diana Alexandra will be joined by Beatriz Pineda, General Director of the Statistics Department, DANE. Beatriz Contreras, also by Doranes Rey Martinez, in charge of OPRA, Dr. Antonio José Avendaño, Technical Director of the National Department of Planning, DNP, Anderson Puentes, Director of Geographic Management Information of the Agustin Codazzi Institute, and Claudia Andrea Ramirez, Director of the Urban and Territorial Space of the Housing Ministry, City and Territory. I will be sharing the profile of each of these uh, people who will be joining us. Beatriz is an economist from the Andes University, a demography doctor, and studies from Berkeley University. She has been the researcher for Fede Desarrollo. She's director of the Demographic Observatory in the Andean area and co-director of the database of human mortality in Latin America. She was a teacher associate professor for statistics department for the National University for 10 years, and she has won awards and scholarships and awarded as a visiting professor to Stanford and Harvard universities. Welcome, Dr. Jose Avendaño, uh, DNP director, is an economist for the National University of Colombia and economy expert in regional as a researcher. She has been chief as in cartography statistics in the secretary planning secretary in Bogota and researcher in universities in Colombia and Spain, including ESE Business School. As a consultant, he has worked in subjects of urban management and macroeconomy. He currently leads the direction of DNP, where he leads, amongst other challenges, the implementation of multipurpose cadastre. Welcome. Dr. Dora Inés Rey Martínez is General Director for land use management. She's a agrologist, a master's in business management, specialist in geographic subjects and planning.
She has broad experience from the public sector related to planning, formulating guidelines and following up and assessing on public policies related to distribution, fractioning, concentration, access, and regularization of land holdings, rural earth marketplace planning and territorial management, agricultural planning, rural development, and territorial land use planning with broad experience and knowledge on data, space infrastructure, geographic land management, cartography, agrological, and cadastre. She's a teacher in geographic information systems and planning at a rural level. Welcome, Dr. Ray. Engineer Anderson Puentes Carvajal, Director of Information Management at Geographic level from the Agustin Codazzi Institute that is here with us. He's a cadastre engineer and a specialist in IT systems at a geographic level. He has 20 years or more of experience in cartography associated to geography and agrology. His experiences embraces cadastre, multi-purpose cadastre, remote sensors, geospatial data management, ensuring the quality of cartographic systems, processing digital imagery, and information management at a space level. He has led projects in the public sector as well as the private sector, including the UNOC DC. Dr. Puentes, welcome. And Dr. Claudia Andrea Ramirez, Director of Space level from the Ministry of Housing and Territory. She's an economist with masters and over 15 years experience in public policies, the territorial development, urban economy, and regional economy, and public policies at a habitational level. She has occupied different management positions in the public sector at a national level and social actions levels in the Ministry of Housing and the DMP, National Planning Department, where she was the director of urban economy, director of macro studies, and subsec deputy secretary of Habitat in Bogota. She's also worked in the private sector and in different international organizations like UN Habitat. She's an undergraduate and graduate professor in economics, housing, and planning at a territorial level. Welcome to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. I am very proud to be here next to these Panel experts, thank you much for accepting our invitation to this forum associated with geographic data for territorial intelligence. So thank you as well for everybody who's joining us in person and who are joining us virtually. We'll get started with this panel that gathers us today. Consolidation of data, spatial data infrastructure have become a strategic pillar for our countries, given that we require institutional frameworks and of efficient governances to be able to produce and have available and interoperate data within our territories. Under this small context, the question for each of our panelists is the following: which are those main obstacles, institutional obstacles and governance obstacles that governments need to overcome and that are related to the production, availability, and the interoperability of data so that we can carry geospatial information to our territories, quality information, precise information, and updated information. Anderson, engineer, please, you have the floor. Okay, thank you very much. I accuse myself with you. I did not want to start this because I think there are important voices here as our distinguished colleagues, but okay, but there's something. Since we reached the institute, we were called, our attention was called to this, which is the function, the real function of the institute, to think that an institution can generate impact by itself was the first thing that we did not believe in since we started. So we began an exploration from that framework or the function that we have as an institute that is recognized by its technical excellence mainly. And we started working with different entities, and I thought that there was going to be more of a complex scenario than it truly is. You know, in this government, to get close to the ministries, the initial work from Dane, with Director Piedad, did something very interesting, which was to rebuild and strengthen the relation with the Geographic Institute. The work that we started to have with the Planning Institute and the ministry, we came close with important humility, which is, I think, the base to my answer. In institutions, sometimes we have these wrongful conceptions of what the function it is that we need to fulfill. Sometimes there is vanity that even from those of us who consider ourselves technicians, these vanities should not exist because we're here to help. We are at the service of you to see how we can contribute in what you are not experts in. Each of the institutions has a mission and it's an expert in a particular level. And those of us who need to occupy ourselves with the function of data, stating that these entities don't know what they're doing, well, we need to provide support. So one of the main barriers is basically that sometimes at entity somebody comes from outside to tell them how to do things, and this doesn't feel right. That's not the path. It's more how we start working communally, jointly with the technical team, saying, okay, we have this to contribute, we have this potential or this technical capacity that we can offer you a direct benefit. It's not even a reflex, but it's a direct benefit to be able to work with you information that may be important. So I think to get rid of these barriers is important, and how to be able to establish this as a state policy where institutions such as ours, technical institutions that are in charge of the data generation, while there is a conception that I would like to mention, which is which is that the technical institutions are not the only ones to generate data, but how do we break that prevention of the technical teams so that with the work that we can provide for others and we can that can be provided for us. Maybe they're not. It's important to know what to do with the data or with what theoretical element we can have a different conception for modeling of real space. I could say a lot more things, but I would like all of you to contribute. I think you have voices that are a lot more interesting than mine. Thank you. Piedad. Dr. Piedad, Dr. Anderson was talking about two clear ideas for the territorial strengthening, and it's to strengthen the institutional relationships. And he was saying something important, and it's a function that us officers have, which is to serve the community. And Dr. Anderson was saying that it is key that entities interrelate with each other so that they can meet this functionality so that we can bring to our territories aerospatial information. So the question once again, which is what are the main institutional obstacles that our country is facing currently? Well, good morning to everybody here. Thank you, Diana, for the question, and to all of the organizers for this space in which we can speak openly regarding all of these matters. As Engineer Anderson was saying, we need to have this entity interrelation, especially when we're in the same information sector. The sharing of data is fundamental. We saw it in the last panel. We've had this conception throughout the years that that it is like it comes at a cost, that every time we come out with data, this costs us money, but it's investment. In fact, for those of you who don't know it, the national account system, which follows the UN system, published in the first semester of this year, they consider data as an asset. So this is like the gold of the new century, data. So we need to have the understanding that data, spatial or not, are not a cost but an investment, because they lead us to generate more efficiencies, to make more productive decisions. And coming back to your question, well, I think that governments in general, we have also many complexities to be able to do all of this work. I'm going to mention only 3 or 4 quick points so that we can move forward with the panel. First of all, the tensions that are generated around the Earth. Once again, in the country, especially in the Colombian case, we have the delimitation of terrains of use, and are the pivot point for the conflict, for the armed conflict in Colombia for more than 7 decades. It continues to be so today. To not have clarity of this information is going to perpetuate all of the situations through which we have gone through already, and the difficult moments as the one we woke up to this morning. So to have clear, precise public information and that is open is going to help us to solve these type of problems. Similar tensions happen throughout the Americas. Not only this not necessarily the same problematic, but in other ways generate different types of tensions that make this task more complex. Second, and coming back to the gold of the 21st century, those who are a little bit older, we were suffering because we had no information. Today we have too much information, and today we all want to use all of that information. But for those of us who produce the information, we need to start prioritizing, which is where we need to be making the biggest and largest efforts, so that in the conjunction of entities that we were mentioning at the beginning of this conversation, we need to be able to prioritize the generation of information that needs to be guided by the needs of the users. Third, and I want to once again emphasize the interaction of the entities. the institutional fragmentation is not something that is positive. On the contrary, it leads us to several problems. Coordination in production, if our task is fragmented, it becomes a lot more complex, especially if there is no technical interoperability, if there's no way for the information to flow quickly between entities, and that we can amongst us to agree together and have particular governance of the data itself. The governance of geographic thought becomes fundamental. And to close, I just want to remind you that in Colombia we have the Colombian infrastructure of spatial data that has been adopted in the strategic plan for National Geographic Plan for 2027. And we present a roadmap that helps us to give this prioritization of the fundamental data, that proposes articulation mechanisms between actors, that encourages that interoperability, and that promotes the strengthening of capacities to be able to achieve, consolidate that national system that's solid and useful for the decision making of all of us. So I do believe this space, it is fundamental to be able to give ground for these points that I just mentioned. Thank you, Dr. Piedad. Yes. Dr. Piedad mentioned specifically some subjects that are key, and it's what the Colombian infrastructure space data has been doing. Today, we created a strategic plan, national one, that integrates different sectors to be able to produce, have available, and generate information on a general level for our territory, so to speak. So, Doctora Dora, I would give you the floor so for you to answer the question that we are asking regarding what are the obstacles that our governments need to overcome to be able to produce quality information. Thank you very much. I take the opportunity to thank IDEAM and IGAC for this space, and from the planning unit and the agriculture department entity that is 14 years old, and that when we started working, we did not have official information of the sector. We had statistics that were dispersed, and when the minister asked for a data, he would receive five different data, and there was no officiality in the data, and much less a map. So, from the unit of rural planification that has the function of planning and guiding the public policy, and territory management for agro use, well, we cannot make these decisions without information. So we started to see how we could consolidate information, and different from IGAC and different from DANE, we do not produce information, or we don't generate primary information. We're users of information. And what we do is to generate added value to the information that we receive. We depend on the information produced by IGAC. We depend on the information generated by IDEAM to be able to plan the agro sector. So much so that these two entities are members of the directive council of URIP, because we cannot work without it. So from that perspective, we became very good users of information, of primary information generated on a national level, and we started to have a map of the sector that we did not have, as I was saying. And we have been generating a lot of information for the country, added value, scale 1000, that helps the national plan, generally speaking. But we're talking here about territory aspects. When we come to guide policy on a territorial level, well, this scale, while there is a lot of information on a national level, and when we say all of the problems are diagnosed, that is over characterization of territory, when there is not really a specific territory, and when we want more detail, we face difficulties. Today we have 22 memorandums of understanding between the governor's office to support agro secretaries with their agro planification, and we face a very large difficulty because of available information and the updating of the scale. So the public orientation on a national level and support to the agriculture ministry, we can involve that, but when we're talking more specifically about department and municipality, then it becomes a lot more difficult. And there we face some important challenges to generate these types of information in decision making. From as a focal point in the sector, UPRA leads the National Unified Information System for Agro Sector, which is like the sectorial ICTE. And starting from this system, in the same manner, we've defined a series of strategies and standards. Above all, starting from the characterization that we did from the information systems of the sectors entities where we have gathered through our institutional work. We also elaborated boards of information, but we have more than 153 systems of information in the entities of the sector, 215 information services, 4,865 registries in the Dictionary of Data, 270 open data groups, information that we've been leading from UPRA to be able to guarantee that interoperability between the entities of the sector, and this is one of the largest challenges. We have a sectorial plan of interoperability that we want to dynamize this, and for that we need coordination, harmonization, joint work between the entities of the sector, and of course the flow of information with the national entities that produce information. We have a system of information of agro risks that is important for the decision making of the sector. We depend on information of IDEAM, of IGAC, and raising information from other techniques such as the productive agro infrastructure, where we are making an effort for collaborative information to be able to lift and raise with all of the citizens and all of the actors where this information is located. To consolidate information is still a challenge for the agro sector, uh, but to but to add the added value from management information has system has been a success because it has allowed us to centralize information management within the entity to be able to avoid dispersion of the efforts and the use of resources, and second, to guarantee the quality of data of information in the products that we generate, so that we can also reach the territories through the understanding memorandums to be able to train the territorial actors in a training that is a two-way training, because it works for us to work with them this agro um, to use the statistics within the sector so that we can make the right decisions. Thank you, Dr. Ines. So Doctora Dora is inviting us for us to consult the NUIRA system of information, where we have different information services, updated information, and opportune information. So we invite you to access this. Dr. Avendaño, the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you very much to my government colleagues, to all of you for taking the time to come here to listen to us, IGAC, DANE, IDEAM, all of the organizations and institutions that made this event possible, and our dear National University for welcoming us in the on the benefit of graduates. I'm gonna send three large messages about what I consider, not as an expert in this, but from what I've learned is that expert ends every day, especially in countries like Colombia. We practice. We practice being experts, right? But that closes dialogues, right? You become I forget the word. You get to a comfort zone. No, I like to do things like this, and this is how we have to do it. But here in information, what a GAC used to be, which was explained by Anderson and by the director, interoperability, what Opera is happening. Opera comes up with YouTubes every week with information, and sometimes you hear ministers and the presidents, and we don't have the guts to tell them no. We don't have to create another system of information. But with Dane, with Heuno, with IGAC, what we've worked with a Cathester and with Opera and the information that we have in cartography, but also the price of food. I'm just giving you an example, just to tell you that expertise sometimes shuts down dialogue because you stop investigating new institutions. The government changed. You don't read what SEN has done, what DNI has done with the information management, what Colombia has, what it has not. And so the experts arrive and we say, we need, okay, no, wait a second. Have you read the SEN? That's where we have the statistic operations of all of the country, municipality by department, and we don't take the time to read it. And we say, no, we need this indicator. Well, that was a little bit of the introduction, like inviting you to tell you that expertise shuts down dialogue and want to, for us to hear, um, when we don't read the information, we don't interact with the institutions. And what I've learned from the DNP territorial organization, land use, what I think about these systems of information, the first that I consider to be large is the social appropriation and the cultural appropriation of information. Currently, that IGAC is in 290 municipalities doing cathester. Nobody tells us this, right? We don't have the power of the media to tell everybody, but the director of DANE, the director of IGAC say it, but okay, IGAC is in 290 municipalities. What does that mean? Well, historically, I don't know for how many years this country was not doing a cathester in a massive way with rigorously and with the problems that IGAC has to be facing with this sort of situations. But so, what challenges are we facing? There are generations that don't know what a cathaster is. They would say, "What? You're gonna go measure my land?" Generations that come from the conflict era, from the usurpation of land, of title problems. When you arrive, we need to know how to knock on the door. So that's one of the first obstacles that, as institutions, we face. And IGAC has been doing it through School for Life, training indigenous operators. DNP is working with territorial cooperation not to do assistance, not to show, hey, take this information, take the cadastral database, and show you how they work. But no, from this information, let's create a dialogue to see what works for you or what you don't understand, and that's dialogue. We need to overcome the technical view and see that our farmers and the black communities, the Afro-Colombian communities in San Andres, we sometimes forget to put them in the map. This is a cultural and social appropriation in the map, and I think this is one of the large challenges that we have, and that as a government we need to leave the seat to have these discussions with social organization and territorial organizations for the use of information. This is moved from technical interoperability into human interoperability, because it's difficult to interoperate between us. Egos come in the way, and expertise excess prevents the social dialogue with the base organizations, and we need to be able to use the geographic information produced by IGAC and DANI. And the second large obstacle is the participation and community participation within that information. Today, every municipality we visit, the cathester is seen still as a tool. Here we're tired of repeating this, but but we need to say it time and time again. It's only for so we say, why have we been evangelizing for 3 years? What are the other uses? You can organize the land use of your municipality. You can do risk management? No, I don't. I'm not interested, is what they respond. So we have a community work for participation to make the community participant. Uh, Information management, what IGAC and Dani are doing with Laike, where DNP participate, a lot of other ministries, the mining ministry, and we're articulating ourselves to try to avoid to create more resolutions or normativity of things that already exists. We want to improve what already exists. So that interinstitutional operability, which is that political dialogue to deal with information. People don't want to hear. They want to get it the simple explanation. Try to get explain people's easy. No, but people do want to know how we're getting information. They want to know what responsibilities we have with this information. I think this is the jump that we're doing with this government, which is to move into a more participative uh,
Time is up. Okay, Dr. Claudia, now the word is yours so you can continue. Okay, give us your opinion. A special greeting to everybody here in auditorium, my colleagues from the panel. What an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you in this space. Thank you so much to the EDM. Thank you for this invitation. Well, from the Ministry of Housing and Territory, I want to tell you that there's a very important point here that articulates these issues. It has been said quite a bit, and it's the land use planning. We give guidelines, we provide guidelines, and we formulate public policies for the land use plannings. And in that sense, we also accompany technical factors and the territorial entities in formulating their own planning instruments and managing and financing their land use plans. And in order to do this, everything that I told you, obviously the information is grassroots and is fundamental for this pyramid, which is the land use planning. And in that information, more than obstacles, which is the question, these are challenges. And the National Land Use Plan says you need to use water inside your plans. It gives us land use planning parameters, not only for the entities that are here, but for all sector-based entities. And formulating these plans has to have these considerations, and water has to be part of it. It also says regional convergence. That means you have to work together with others with that purpose, and I insist information is necessary and it's a fundamental element in order to manage risk for equipment, for issues related to any element in agriculture and livestock. It also unites the different sectors. And what challenges, more than obstacles, what challenges? The director talked about this from the National Planning Department about fragmentations. We're heading in the right direction. We're working on that issues about what is fundamental. For example, developing the EDM model that invites us to be more interoperable, the different guidelines in terms of information. We already began to provide these guidelines, and that invites us obviously to generate breaking different sectors down. We're many sectors with different needs, and we need to work together. And this is a first and fundamental challenge that we have to face and confront. The second has to do with access and availability to information. This is a fundamental challenge. The issue of open data, the quality of information, and apart from this, the scale, and the Dr. Abdupa talked about this, is fundamental. Scaling is important. From the ministry, we accompany all processes related to the urbanistic legalization, the observation of the growth of territories. Different informal settlements is also important. So the scale and the quality becomes very important. The observation, we have to observe the details of the territories and every factor, and this is crucial. So it becomes more simply an obstacle about how to challenge, how do we better understand the territory more and more, and that helps us to make better decisions. And a third pillar has to do with the capacities at a territorial level. Obviously, the majority, listen, close to 80% of our country has a land use plans that is not up to date or don't actually use their land use plans. And that gives us a huge, enormous challenge, especially the majority are municipalities that are categories of the poorer municipalities. So think about the capacities here at an institutional level, which is quite strong. Apart from this, this forces us to do consulting and do studies where we can't even actually guarantee the sustainability that these capacities of this information actually trickles down to the municipalities and the territory. So we have a huge challenge to see how we actually create capacity, generate more software and technology and capacities and the issues of open data. How can we ensure that this remains and permeates into the territory so they can make better decisions? So I would say that these three pillars are fundamental, and these are challenges that are on the territory. But knowledge management is more and more important. And similar to what was said by UPRA, we are users of this information, and we give an added value to this information in order to generate guidelines. Thank you, Dr. Claudia. I remind our panelists that unfortunately, due to time, we're only going to give them 3 minutes for them to give us their comments. Because if not, they continue in the public to tell me, hey, I have to go move it. So we all know that we have to advance territorial inclusive intelligence. In order to do that, we have to recognize and strengthen the role that our communities play at a rural level, and especially indigenous and Afro communities and farmer communities, in generating information at a geographic level. We all know that their ancestral wisdom is key in order to understand the territory and their cultures. This contributes more equitable management and more participatory approaches. The question for all of our panelists here would be the following, and I want you to tell us, please, and tell our audience here, tell the public, exactly what strategies are you implementing from each of your different institutions and entities that you manage or lead in order to strengthen citizen participation from these communities, so that under a holistic, comprehensive vision as a government, you can guarantee the use and the availability of information at a geographic level within all of our territories. Engineer Anderson, let's start with you. Thank you very much. I think that many of the things that were mentioned earlier by Antonio and were mentioned by Laura and you, Dr. Piedra, are very aligned with what I'm about to say. Well, let's say that we'll take the points that you talked about from the manual. Let's close that flow of processes, that process flow. So we have data that we generate, high quality data. We know how to do this. We have a standard to comply with these guidelines, and we're going to generate that data that we call reliable data. That data that people actually can trust and other users can actually use without a problem. Now let's use that quantity of mass data that exists today in order to apply these using tools, techniques, and new technologies that allow us to do better and deeper analytical work and advance quicker in what we're able to achieve. If we talk about prospecting, for example. Now let's take that governance model about the data and information as a fundamental tool in order for having flows to be done properly. And now that leads us to a key element that is missing, which is the human resources, the human talent that we actually need, and that was mentioned by Antonio earlier. That actually complements real exploitation efforts of the descriptive geographic models. But let's not leave these, as was mentioned earlier, at an institutional level or within the institutions that are centralized, but rather how can we take this to the territory so this can actually be the territorial entities that use this, so they can be the baseline at a local level that take advantage of this information, and that joint groupings of knowledge via that data that is transformed into information that truly. We're speaking about space infrastructure data. In our division, we're talking about the knowledge infrastructure. And precisely in order to do this, that's where a group of initiatives comes into play that we're developing, not simply from the Institute, but we have several that we actually execute, the different intercultural schools that exist that are actually linking people in a deeper fashion and not a superficial fashion. What we do together with ethnic communities and reconstruction, and actually the rights of ancestral knowledge and culture and the territorial knowledge with the participation of the people themselves and the communities. But we need to actually create certain tools that will allow us to better train and have technical assistance for people that actually work in the territory. For countries such as ours, centralization forces us to not actually find people that are actually capable working in territories that at least they have similar types of training and education. We have a program that is called Strengthening Technical Capacities, which basically what this tries to do is to go to the territories and to try to create the diagnosis of what a municipality is like from a technical perspective, what technical teams they have in territories, and how can we begin to provide help and showcase how we're actually advancing, how they can actually go more into how they can advance and how they can actually become stronger and strengthen their own capacity so they can use that information that we generate from other institutions and take advantage of it, exploit that, extrapolate that so they can comply. You comply yourselves with those steps, but do it yourselves without depending on the centralized settings. And we don't want this to be centralized. Now, what we do is go through this process thinking precisely about how, when the central strength perhaps can be a bit more dispersed with these changes of government that we've had, how we can have technical teams that remain, how and recommendations that technical teams shouldn't be changing every government shift. Every time there's a government change, technical teams should stay, they remain, because there's not a lot of technical capacities in the territory. There's no technical knowledge for this to happen. We're witnesses of what actually happens when there's so much turnover. When we go from the general direction, when we talk to the technical teams in the territory, we see how in 1 year we have one team and the next year we have to restart to retrain people and talk about the exact same issues and train people once again from scratch. So we're working on that line as well. We're working on all the tools that will allow the different people that are in the territory, the technical teams that are there, to actually learn about the importance of the geographic data. Now, well, not so much about the importance, forgive me, but how to exploit this and use this. In the territory, we have potential geographers everywhere. They're the youth, the explorers of the territory, the ones that actually do geography without having that basic denomination. We saw this in certain workshops that we did with the Pan-American Geography and History Institute. We saw grassroots people. They told us in Brazil exactly how they actually build and relate their geography with biology, and they relate it to other factors like explorations that children actually do in schools. They're potential geographers, but they don't even know it yet. So we have to go and try to transmit this and showcase the importance by using knowledge and direct application. Thank you so much. Yes, effectively, it is key to be able to train people in the territories, taking that knowledge and trickling it down to our communities so that they themselves can strengthen their efforts and know what to do in their own territories. Dr. Piedad, your turn. Well, I think it's fundamental not only to recognize, but also to strengthen that role that they have as major stakeholders in their communities, the campesino communities or farmer communities and indigenous communities, not only from what Anderson said, but precisely because they're a source of information. They produce information, and today they've been enabled to send that information to the statistics department. The COFENAGE framework actually allows this process. And in that direction, we're working in that direction in the DANE, in the National Planning Department. We're already collecting information generated by people and the citizens. The citizens include all of these specific communities. So being able to potentialize and encourage people to take ownership and appropriate these advantages that society can give us is going to be a way to produce information for the 21st century. And apart from that, being able to generate and produce and have technical capacities be adopted within the territory is important. That all of these communities need to learn how to capture information, but they also need to know how to use that information that they capture, not simply from the entities, from public entities, as was mentioned by the engineer previously, but from any different entity, educational, school settings, private entities, private partners. The communities themselves should be able to use this. This is one of the challenges that we face in the DANE National Planning Department. We're trying to generate these capacities, these technical know-how. We have the LICET, which is the Index of Territorial Capacities that gives a point system, so a ranking of each of the territories in the country, so that these different layers of society can actually do this. And here, let me tell you a story of what actually happens ever since we started to generate or capture this data generated by citizens. Surprisingly, only 27% of communities actually want to see this reflected into their official statistics. It's much more important for communities to learn how to generate high quality data so that they can understand their own territories. So once again, to be able to potentialize and encourage these capacities, Once again, the role of the academic or the educational departments are very important so that we have capacities in every territory. We also have, and rewinding, going back to the previous question, the interaction between different entities within the framework of the COP16 with the Ministry of the Environment and with the encouragement of the DMP and the Ministry of the Treasury. We have a partnership between DANE and the Ministry to have environmental and academic economic basis. This is an idea that started in the 90s. The economists back then have been discussing this for a long time. If we should only have an economic vision to measure the economy, that famous GDP, or if we actually add other categories, environmental becomes fundamental. And in a crisis or a climate crisis, it becomes information that is truly very, very important to capture so we can prepare ourselves for climate change. And we can also start to do this now already. Once again, the new systems of national accounting systems allows us to have two additional layers apart from the economic layer. We can include environmental accounts as well, and we can also include well-being accounting as well. So this partnership that we've created with the Ministry of the Environment is going to be fundamental so that Colombia can have these national environmental accounting standards. And we're already launching products to eliminate the preliminary products that are being generated by the National Department of Planning, and information that's produced and the geostatistics from the IGAC. Without those statistics, it would not be possible. Having that multi-purpose cadastre ready, and that's where the key is. It has to be a multi-purpose cadastre. One of those routes is the environmental route, and this is a fundamental route in order to be able to feed these economic and environmental accounting lines. I'm going to just mention just a few other strategies that we are actually advancing with the National Planning Department, which have become fundamental within all of this work that we've been doing with the citizens. The territorializations of processes. Colombia has been tragically a country that has been a centralized government always, and this has not allowed us to have these decentralized processes where the territories take ownership of their own visions of the territories. The interoperability of inclusion as well, which once again goes back and touches upon the previous point. This makes it to have very important interactions between technical organizations and the different stakeholders within the national statistics systems, and also promote the differential focus and an cross-cutting focus. The ideal world is when we can actually have that information available that provides us all of those granularities or those details or those small, tiny details that we want to work with. Like, for example, what can be the different needs that a woman has, an Afro farmer woman in the Cauca region? Today, we can't know that. We can't answer that question because the information is still not yet at that level of granularity or detail, but the differential approach will allow us to actually accomplish that in the future. And one last point that I wanted to mention in terms of tools, inclusive tools, not only technological tools, but we need inclusive tools, inclusivity tools. Many times we let ourselves get sidetracked by technology that obviously is advancing more and more every day. We're talking about AI, we're talking about all these different technological processes, but we forget that in many territories in the country, they don't even have electricity. And if there's no electricity, much less they'll have internet, and they won't have AI. So how can we ensure that we take these people tools that are truly useful and inclusive, and that once again we can actually include all of these people that are fundamental stakeholders within their regions? Well, these are challenges that we have to continuously face. Thank you very much, Dr. Piedad. Three very important topics that I heard and captured in the air. Ownership of the ownership and appropriation, that is key for our territories. This is key for our communities. Developing capacities and strengthening capacities, yes, completely valid. Number one, the entities, state entities, government entities, we need to go to the territories. We need to go and train our territories and the grassroots and geographic information, and then many other issues, not simply just that. From the government level, we have to train our territories, developing tools that are inclusive for every type of population. Dr. Dora Ines, your turn. Well, I'm going to mention very quickly, I'm going to mention 4 different cases that showcase how we've been actually transforming what we're doing from the OPRA. When we speak about the territorial levels and when we speak about the different public policy decisions as well, the first is related to the mapping of farmer agriculture and family farms and community farming. A map that we've been drafting and creating since 2014 within our entity, and that today is having a very important shift. And what's happening now is that we're repurposing the resolution 464 resolution of 2018 from the Ministry of Agriculture, where They give us the public policy guidelines and they provide the criteria for farmer community farms. And that mapping is being repurposed in terms of the criteria and the variables in order to identify the campesino, the farmer, because there's a very deep worry here that may be confused with the small producer, the small farmer, campesino farmer. They have to be different. And the National Statistics Department, the DANE for the National Agricultural Census, this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity, Dr. Piedad, that we have before us, and that we've already started to showcase this and work with you for the 2027, 2028 census. And this criteria is being defined within an expanded family farm and agricultural campesino tables together with the communities. Co-developed the repurposing of these criteria, the planting that obviously are subject that we have to have information that is existing information in order to truly value the criteria and the variables that are defined within these joint tables and within the SWIDA framework and in the statistical table framework, which is led by the DANE, but we have the technical secretariat and the sector-based technical table. Well, there we're actually focusing on these types of efforts and works. Also, we have a new determinant factor, Dr. Claudia, Article 32, related to Level 2, which is related to protected areas for producing food, which is called APA, Protected Areas for Agriculture, which has linked us to a new universe, a completely different universe that the UPA had been working on in the past. It's completely different. And this is related to the need of working with all the different stakeholders in the territory, not simply having or considering the different schematics and schemes or the land use plans or the territorial planning that are current, because the majority are not up to date. More than 90% today are not up to date in these land use plans, but also being able to work with local stakeholders and actors, but also with communities and the campesinos, or the farmers, with agricultural producers and small scale farmers and farmers in general, because obviously there's many interests in these territories and information is deficient. There's not enough information and we have to do the best possible technical work with what we currently have. So there we've had the support of the geographic Agustin Codazzi territory with the interpretation of satellite imagery in order to look at areas transforming within the territories, transformed areas that will allow us to have a deeper reality, a closer reality, where we have production soil based, like for example in the Bogota Savannah, where we have many soils that have been sealed, soil that already have been urbanized and is no longer for agriculture. And there's an important challenge here related to the territorial stakeholders, and also with the support of the different production, the information that the different entities that produce information. And there's a project that we've been working on since 2017 in a place called Paz Aricote that has to do with the declaration of an agricultural landscape declaration in Savannah with sustainable cattle farming. And this type of work has been done together with the communities. It's a joint effort for the communities with co-governance, as was said by Antonio, which is very important, taking ownership of their own methodologies. In an aspect, we're also accompanying them, but the community themselves are participating, have taken ownership of their process, completely identifying their own territories and drafting and elaborating the documentation that is necessary to work with this. And at this moment, we are actually about to have the declaration of the first important agricultural heritage site in the Savannah, in the Ariporo region, declared by the FAO. Hopefully by the end of the year we have this, because we've already sent them the files with that information that was co-built with the communities and was appropriated and taken ownership by the communities. And lastly, we're also improving statistics that we work with. Agricultural statistics. We actually collect information of agricultural statistics together with the municipalities of farmed land, harvested area, production in terms of tons and productivity and how much tonnage, but improving this by interpreting satellite imagery in a monitoring of crops project, not to substitute statistics, but rather instead to complement that statistics with better and more direct methodologies that is more technical. But there we work directly with the Secretary of Agriculture of every municipality at a local level, and obviously hand in hand together with the National Planning Department and the Agricultural Planning Table in order to generate and add value to the information that is produced by the National Planning Department by producing different newsletters about pricing and how much agricultural and goods exist and other elements for making decisions. Thank you so much, Dr. Dora Ines. Dr. Dora mentioned something which I believe is super valuable, and we've all said this here in this work table here, which is related to all the issues of working together with the different entities and how all the entities have to work together to strengthen territories, and obviously the issue of strengthening communities. This is an issue which is completely related to governance, how we reach our territories, how we get there and reach them with geospace information, how we can expand their capacities at a territorial level and be able to strengthen their knowledge at a territorial level. Dr. Antonio, your turn. Thank you. From the National Planning Department, DMP, and here uh, working together with the IGAC, Agustin Codazzi Institute, with the DANE, with the Housing Ministry, Vivienda, which we also work with Article 32. We worked with them in a very interesting Article 32. What an interesting article. Well, we have done the following actions, working with the communities as well. We performed the following actions. First of all, in order to regulate Article 53 from the National Development Plan, which speaks about providing legal framework and guidelines for the system for managing the territory. Not of the land, the territory. The land is part of the territory. The territory forces us to interact with land and human beings and economic relationships, political and social relationships that happen within these different regions. And that system is going to go to the previous consultation process as Article 53 requires. And foreseeing this, we've already been working for an entire year now with the different organizations from the permanent consultation table, from certain indigenous communities that are co-building these first guidelines, the technical and legal guidelines for geographic information as well, in order to think about this legal framework or instrument. If you see the dialogue changing, the government is not coming in with a ego, read it in these organizations and follow it. No, let's co-build this decree from the grassroots. From it's more legitimate, even though it takes a little more time. It's more legitimate, and learning from what our colleagues from the GAC taught us throughout that process and that previous consultation process with the different grassroots and indigenous and black communities. These is articulation, taking lessons learned, and how processes worked in the past and the challenges that they face. Learn from the good and learn from the bad in order to proceed towards the future, and do this for Article 53 as well. Within the framework of the SAT, the second action is we're working together with the farmers and local small-scale farmers, and the third with the black communities. And these processes begin this year. We are working in order so that from the commission, look at how this is being articulated. The president created this commission, the mixed campesino or farmer communities. But what did we do? Well, let's not reinvent the wheel and let's try to find who the representatives of the farmers are there. The commission already exists. Now tell us exactly who are your representatives, who are the valid representatives, so we can begin to do that technical effort with the DMP, and let's work together with the different entities with them. So the dialogue now changes, social, technical, political dialogue changes here, because you chose your own people already, and now let's speak with them and complying with certain requirements, technical and other requirements. Obviously, everything that we have to do as public servants, how we manage public funds. But from you, from the grassroots, the campesinos, the grassroots, and the Afro communities, identify your own populations and tell us who the representatives are going to be, so we can work jointly with the DMP and with the national government. And those are the actions that we've done thus far. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bendaño. As always, working with communities and indigenous communities is key in order to strengthen the framework of the SAT. And in the SAT framework, we include all these communities. And in Article 52, if I remember correctly, Article 53, yes, thank you. Dr. Claudia, thank you so much. Well, I wanted to highlight the SAT as well, because this is a way of incorporating not only entities but also communities. The SAT is work that is interinstitutional, which is very interesting, which is being led by the DMP. And I wanted to mention something, and especially the question is, how can we include communities and have them participate and use that data? And I wanted to add something more to that question. It's not simply about using data, but also how to generate that added value to that data as well, aside the territorial reading of that data. And what I want to tell you now is something that we're actually leading with the from the ministry, which we think is super interesting. when technical assistance that we provide to the territories, it has been transformed and changed a bit, because what we do is we obviously use the information that the IGAC has and the sector official information as well, etc. And what we've done within the ministry as well is to be able to consolidate this information and to do features of the territory as well, in order to support the different territorial entities in their diagnosis phases and their planning instruments. And in fact, we are actually doing something even further than that. We're actually doing an analysis of occupational models, that state of the art, the minimum state of the art, so that they can make decisions there. But what we've actually realized that the features, and this is information, the processing, etc. But we're actually having some department-based dialogues about this actual information, which means we are actually contemplating and complementing this, which what we can denominate a social cartography or territorial reading. So what we do is we put everything on the table, where all the different stakeholders participate. They identify what projects are strategic, where we actually generate scales of economics, these strategic projects, where we can actually read the territorial and the importance in terms of environment and infrastructure. And there we co-build a territorial reading that actually links the data and information with the knowledge of the communities themselves. And that's where we actually start to realize that land use planning processes and the information that is available cannot actually be alone without the complementing precisely of the knowledge from the communities, from the territories and the grassroots. This government has done enormous effort of reaching the most remote territories, those peripheral territories. So we come with this information, this base information, but precisely that's where we start to generate the information and knowledge from the communities and recognizing their own peculiarities. The ministry at this particular moment has an approach about biodiversity. We always speak about that our public policies has to generate our own biodiverse habitats, precisely in order to recognize these peculiarities from the territories. That's why we speak about differential living habitats, recognizing different ways of habitats, specific habitat of generating planning instruments that are different, which is the habitat planning, and where this habitat planning plan is not is the this is a grassroots community effort that is established within these plans in the midterm, short term, and the long term. So here the participation is fundamental of the communities. And another thing that I wanted to say, which is key, and that we're actually creating a network of habitat knowledge to incorporate not only information in the data that we manage, but also in order to have all of these guidelines of knowledge, these traditional knowledge, these know-hows and this wisdom, and complementing all this information with the grassroots information. Because finally the planning, the different land use planning are for them, and that's why we have to recognize them first. Thank you very much. Now let's change up the dynamic a little bit. We have been, due to timing,
I think that in another opportunity, well, the dynamic has changed really. We're going to be adjusting to the times that we've been assigned today. Unfortunately, we did not have the chance. We wanted to ask specific questions for each of our panelists. We're going to give some general conclusions of what we worked today, of the experience that each of our panelists has shared with us. And in the following, I have three conclusions. First, territorial intelligence is possible if you include the participation of public entities, of the private sector, of the academia, of social organizations, and local communities. Second, we have the articulation is effective if production, availability, and interoperability of the operation is available. And yes, today we have the national strategic plan that articulates the infrastructure of space data, the national statistics system, and entities of the sector. So we expect for this interaction be achieved with the implementation of this plan. Third of all, the entities of Colombian state, as we all heard today, is in fact leading and pushing territorial intelligence, and within what they want to do, they're integrating all of the rural communities, indigenous communities, Afro-descendant, and farmers. So we want to thank all of the panelists for this participation. To all of you for being with us in person, and those of you who are joining us virtually, thank you for your participation. Have a great day, all of you. Thank you very much to all of our participants and our moderators for sharing such valuable information. to encourage the sustainable development of our country and our continent. Today, right now, I want to invite you to take a lunch break, but I have two specific recommendations for you. There are two places within these installations where you can have lunch. One is in the closest plaza, and for the other one, we have minivans that will drive you to the other next restaurant. Here, you can take your lunch free of charge. Over the morning, we've projected these QRs that allows you to select the menu that you'd like to order for today's lunch. We are still within time to choose your menu for the restaurant that's located in the plaza. The second option, as I mentioned, is the one that's going through our minivans. To our panelists, once again, thank you for your participation. Uh, in a second, we will be doing the photograph of our panel. Thank you once again, as well as the University Nacional of Colombia, as also who are joining us through our social media channels. Thank you for joining us. Remember to visit these company stands of our allied companies. We'll see you once again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Pronóstico del tiempo IDEAM para el primer día de AmeriGEO 2025, lunes 11 de agosto. En la mañana se espera cielo parcialmente cubierto y tiempo seco en la zona del evento. En la tarde se prevé el aumento de nubosidad y lluvias ligeras a lloviznas. En la noche se espera cielo parcialmente cubierto y algunas lloviznas esporádicas.
Good afternoon, all of you. We will continue in AmeriGEO week in 2025 in 5 minutes. We'll be starting. Welcome back to this, the 10th week AmeriGEO 2025, organized by the Institute of Hydrology and Environmental Studies and the Agustin Codazzi Institute of Colombia, with the support of the National University of Colombia, the Group Observation of Earth, and the support of the Canadian government. We greet those who are joining us through the official channels of IDEAM and IGAC on YouTube. For this last segment of the day, we will continue with the thematic forum number 2, the power of geographic data and its integration for decision making experiences and institutional experiences. This forum will be led by Lilia Patricia Arias Duarte, leader of Colombian Space Data. She is a cadastral engineer with masters and doctorates in software, with informatic engineering and knowledge management. She has 20 8 years of experience in projects of digital transformation and knowledge management. She's the leader of ICDE. She was director of innovation of the Grocto Group, uh, chief of IGAC, and mining chief with the Corporation of Canada. This forum is formed by a panel of experts: Jorge Armando Alpala, Geomática ISIC, risk management for disasters, welcome. David Doncel Ballen, representative of Pro Cálculo, welcome. Ms. Sandra Liliana Moreno Mayorga, coordinator of territorial knowledge in the direction of statistics of DANE, welcome. William Alberto Martinez Diaz from the Mining National Agency, welcome. Dr. Said Nabilam, Executive Director of the Academic National Network of Advanced Technology, Renata Colombia, welcome. And we begin this second forum in the week AmeriGEO 2025. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Could you please project our presentation? We have a great opportunity in AmeriGEO to relate observation data of the Earth along with specific uses of geospatial information. Here there's a virtuous relationship between the use of devices that humanity has available to map the Earth, to get to know it, and to be able to take it to a true territorial development in our own country, nationally, regionally, and locally. Today, we find ourselves trying to explore how spatial data and the information services allow us to take intelligent decisions, to be able to take this knowledge of geography to the local level and to be able to advance in creative solutions that our country is needing. We call this the intelligent decision making because we're using technology, data, systems, etc. However, in this interconnected world with all the possibilities that we have available, it's not enough to have technology and information technologies. It's necessary as institutions to coordinate amongst each other, to act coordinately with different sectors, and to be able to advance with the information that we have available from satellites, cartographs, etc., that we use this information in the priorities that our country has. Today, we have the panelists that are already sitting with us. I would like to introduce each one of them. I'm going to make a summary. Here you can see their CV, Sandra Liliana Moreno. Um, she's the coordinator of territorial knowledge in the direction of geostatistics of DANE. She's a cadastral engineer and geodesic with several doctorates and developed experience in the public sector with DANE. We've had the opportunity with her to build a new strategic plan for national geographic information from spatial Colombian data. Our next panelist, William Alberto Martinez, also very well known in our geo realm. He's also an engineer with doctorates in geography and scientific subjects. He has been recognized nationally. If we look at the history of our coordinates as they are compatible with global levels, it's thanks to him. He's currently working with the mining ministry, where he has been able to establish a system of information that is interoperable. He will have the opportunity to share with us his advancements and achievements. We're also joined by Jorge Armando Alpala from the National Unity for Disaster Risk Management, with more than 15 years of professional experience, also with masters, doctorates, and professional development in geographic aspects, developing systematic in this realm. He has been a milestone with the spatial data, uh, disaster risk management, which is such a critical aspect for a country, but also in Latin America and how it's happening in a global level, subjects that are impacting the weather, climate change, etc. We are also joined by Dr. IGDE started in 1996. I want to do a quick when we started the sustainable development, we started with the observation of the Earth, coordinate systems, satellites, cartography, national geographic information, and they're coming out with to the internet with all of these services. Today, we have mechanisms to have systems in the cloud, artificial intelligence, and a lot of other subjects which you are already aware of. IGDE today is not only focusing on the technological aspect, but it has a participation focus of territorial participation, of territorial intelligence, as the founding has been established in this event, and it's focusing towards developing knowledge and a series of applications that integrate the solutions that are required in our territory. To be able to advance in this new vision of IGDE, we suggested the incorporation of geosystem and spatial system by aligning ourselves with the National Plan of Development, with the National Plans of Information, but also with the UN model, IGEF, which has 9 strategic ways. Here in this slide, you can see the strategic ways where we're strengthening governance, the national information policy, the financial model, the production of national data and their availability, the standards of geographic information, an aspect that was not as strong, public innovation and technological innovation and solutions for the community, and we have a focus of knowledge management, where we're involved in cooperation, coordination, development of capacities, and the sharing of knowledge. I did not bring all the BIGN projects, there are 33. We are expecting to develop them until 2027. We've achieved the first milestones, and here we can see what the contributions to geographic data and the integration of spatial services. Here we have spatial data. We're connected with the Colombian infrastructure of data from the national government, and we have our first version of a national plan for of product that articulates the industries of the first information. We're trying to update the data, constantly update it, and allow the users to generate more value with this data. We have linings of guidelines, of general guidelines, as you can see here, the context of interoperability, as we were talking this morning, and several panelists were talking in politics, in the organizational, in semantics and technical, but also from ITE, we're also giving guidelines to unify standards, and our data can be shared in the different system networks. We have an innovation strategy that proposes to establish with more detail the digital ecosystem, create the laboratory of innovation for ITE, where we're going to have the space to have these interoperability solutions and developments with tools of the fourth industrial revolution, so that the information grows and is more useful, and of course that we impact diverse sectors of the government and economy. We have an articulation of the national systems. We already worked in ICTE with sectorial tables, working with the statistics systems on a national level, with the system of the territorial administration and management and environment. For Colombia, if you do a general sweep, you can see a great amount of data that are already in the information systems that are online, that are going to allow us to establish these platforms. Today we're experiencing, our users tell us there's a lot of data, there's a lot of visors. How do I go in to use the information to make intelligent decision making? This is territorial intelligence, so we're making an effort so that through the sectorial focuses, institutional ones, interconnecting the infrastructure of data from IDEAM and other entities, we can exchange these services and integrate them. I'm going to show you quickly two cases. The funding of cadastral in Colombia is given by the ADM, adapted for Colombia, which allows us to work from models that generate territorial legal objects, special data that interconnect with the cadastre. From there, we've generated information, we've provided services, and we've interconnected them through the visor of IDE. And we also wanted not to stay only on the basic integration of a web service for visualization. We're building and analysis cases with the data that we're connecting from the institutions for this multipurpose cadastre to be a reality, and so that the data reality in different scales of our institutions and of several users, as the digital spatial ecosystem have presented it, can be integrated. So as the last detail, this system is based in the participation in the public, private, academic, research sectors, cooperation, international and all of the actors that want to produce and use spatial data using parameters that allow us to share them. That's the context message. We're going to be talking now about the different institutional cases that are going to be share with us their experience. Each of the panelists, Sandra Liliana, is going to show us the case of Dane, and then we will proceed to do a discussion of the panel with specific questions. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to join you in this event of AmeriGEO. And as Lilia Patricia was mentioning, today I want to share with you
how we've been working in articulation. One of the topics that were highlighted in the panel was about the importance of working together and unify efforts, and precisely that's what we've been doing There are several different advancements, but we have to say this, there's challenges where we need to continue to work with. So therefore, in order to tell you a little bit about the context, the National Planning Agency, DANE, is in charge of producing official statistics information, and it works via the National Statistics System. I've always said that the National Statistics Systems is the ICTES peer from the statistical perspective. So the DANE is the great producers of information, which is not the only one. There's many different entities that produce statistical information, which what the DANE does is to coordinate this production under different standards, certifications that provide the country information that's statistical, that is up to date, disaggregated information using common standards. And the Statistical National Center is regulated by Law 2335, which is the law from the National Statistics Systems. And there's something important. This law was passed in 2023, and in Article 7, numeral 7, it establishes the different roles that the National Statistics System has to have, the DANE has to have, and it says this Article 7, Paragraph 7, it says to promote jointly with the National Agustin Gudasi Geographic Center the generation and the use of geographic information for producing and promoting statistics. So here, by law, we're talking about the importance of actually linking and articulating, working together with National Agustin Gudasi Center for the production and the dissemination of statistics. So we have a legal framework that is very important, that provides us the guidelines in order to be able to work in an articulated fashion. This system at a national statistics level has several different coordination instances and governance systems, where apart from that we have different entities at a national level, different guilds and guilds and associations, and we have the sector-based territorial land use plan and geography section, where we're hearing about the different needs related to information needs and statistics on issues related to geography, the environment, and land use planning. And here we've done several different important advancements with the Colombian infrastructure of space data, because clearly statistics actually needs geographic information in order to be produced, in order to be disseminated, and at the same time we need to have the availability of georeference data in order to take advantage of all of this information, especially in the Colombian infrastructure of space data. So therefore, we are going to generate we have this need, or we have this mandate, this role that we have by law, and we have been working and landing this down and advancing in different concrete actions. And that's how this different SANIC articulation was born. This is the National Statistics Systems together with the Colombian space data information, understanding how the instance that coordinates the geographic information. And we also have the IDEC. The IDEC is the Colombian infrastructure of the Colombian state. So we need to coordinate these three different instances and three spaces, where the IDEC coordinates the geographic production of data, the SAN produces the statistics information, and the ICDE produces all the data from the government, understanding statistic, geographic, administrative data, transactional data, etc., etc. And here the premise is that we need to work hand in hand in harmony and harmonize elements having common principles associated to accessibility, the usability, security and safety, and interoperability of data under 5 different incorporation principles, which is the use of geospatial common infrastructure, geocodified data, which we're talking about some keys that allows us to incorporate different information, common geography for the dissemination of statistics, interoperability of information, and that the information needs to be accessible, usable, and reusable as well. So this is one of the premises that we've been working with, and we have that the data comes for a common purpose, is to be used for that purpose of articulation, but the data apart from that need to be reusable for other purposes. And when we have accessible and interoperability tools, this data begins to become reusable in different entities for different users, and that's the purpose, so that data can generate more and more added value. And in that context, well, Lilia Patricia has already talked about this a little bit, but effectively we have a strategic plan of geographic information, which is the maximum instrument for planning of what's going to happen in a geographic level in the country. It was launched in 2024, and it has a roadmap all the way to 2027. This is the slide that you're seeing on the screen. Maybe it's not clear because of the lighting. However, it gives us the fundamental pillars which the 36 projects of the ICTA is working with. And here we see that several of these projects work together, are interconnected. In the vertical axis, we see the elements related to governance and financial support for the different production process. On the lateral right side, we have different aspects related to the legal framework, data, and interoperability, which basically provide all of the different production information level and accessibility of data. And in the lateral right side, we have all of these strategic lines that are related with knowledge management and communication and strengthening training and capacities in an innovation line. So here we have what I'll call the three different key components: a pillar related to governance and financial, another one production, accessibility to data, and knowledge management to strengthen capacities and take advantage of this information. In that action line, and thanks to this work where the DANE has had different advancements and has advanced together with the ICDE in order to draft this strategic information plan at a geographical national level. I mentioned 2023, Law 2024 of the Strategic Information Geographic Plan at a national level that was published and approved. And what is missing is 2025, 2026, and 2027. We need to continue to advance in implementing and making this plan a reality with the different actions that are laid out in this plan. In that sense, I wanted to tell you exactly what we're working on, but I also wanted to tell you what challenges we have then identified. So first, the major pillar in the axis are data. That's the fundamental challenge. The data needs information, geographic information, and data for producing statistics, and it also needs this in order to produce information and provide information. And that exchange of information, well, obviously the information and the national cadastral base, the national cartography, plus satellite imagery, these are data that are key for the production for the data's information. But at the same time, the data provides information in three different statistical pillars. So society data, we provide all the distribution data for the population's distribution, information related to the features that the population has, the total amount of housing that exists. DANE has a statistical framework that annually gets updated, and the housing gets updated with using different sources of information. We see other topics related to the environment and land-use planning and territorial planning that related to information. Related to the agricultural framework, the DANE has the National Agricultural Survey, and it consolidates an agricultural framework as well, which is also geo-referenced in order to take it so that they could take advantage of it. And there's another financial perspective here where we have the economic units or the different financial features. In 2024, we finished census and we collected the economic information from the country. And in 2025, we're in the processing phase, processing the data to advance to the dissemination phase. Very clearly, the premise of the DANE is that all statistical information needs to be geo-referenced, and ideally at the most detailed levels, at a disaggregated level. And all of this information provides information to relate to space data for the Colombian economy. And we have cross-cutting issues, what we call frameworks, or the frameworks are the universes of studies. We have the statistical national framework with all the social information associated to this framework and housing information. We also have a level associated to the national statistics framework related to addresses. The DANE is constantly in the field. We have approximately 118 operations, statistical fields work, and in picking up this information, we've identified all the different addresses in the country that not only become an internal information to take advantage by the DANE, but it becomes a fundamental information for Colombian infrastructure, for data, and in general for all of the audience and the public. And we have population centers and populated centers that are constantly being updated, and the information is being provided. And in that sense, we also have a dissemination schematic using different web platforms and mobile platforms that seek to provide access of this information for this information. If an image speaks more than 1,000 words, well, a map speaks more than 10,000 words. We understand this because all of the dissemination of information has a strong component at a geographic level to take advantage of this information and to build awareness and generate statistical cultures in this sense. And I also spoke about the different advances and achievements. We've also identified different challenges that we have to continue to work with in order to be able to consolidate information ecosystems at a space level. But we clearly need to advance in hopes of complying with our strategic plan that we've actually set aside. And here, let's talk about three different elements that I wanted to highlight related to challenges that are identified as key challenges in order to continue to advance. Geospatial common infrastructure. Obviously, we do have our frameworks, but it's still important to recognize that we need to incorporate different sources of information at a national, at a territorial level, and that's where we need to have that infrastructure, a common geocodified infrastructure and standardized information that will facilitate a real incorporation of the data. Also, the implementation and the appropriation of different interoperability standards. They're actually laid out and drafted, but we need to be have appropriation at different levels of government at different scales, as the LADMOCO model has, to exchange information in terms of land use planning, and strengthening our governance models to include not simply the national levels, but they have to include working with territories and the academic sector, so that this geospatial ecosystems begins to use other stakeholders and actors and promotes the different management of the information at geospatial level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra Liliana. We're trying to present what's most relevant all over the institutional cases. They're a lot more advanced. They have a lot more technical details. We invite you to take notes of the information that is being provided by our panelists so that you can ask questions later. Engineer William Martinez. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing the agency to participate in AmeriGEO. We want, in a very synthetic way, to talk about this information system. This is the mining integral system of information that is born around 2017 in production all the way to the beginning of 2020, and it's been in a continuous growth process of implementation of new functionalities. This is the heart of the information that this agency handles and deals, administering the mining resource of the country. So we're going to try to put it in a very synthesized way, what we considered are the main characteristics of this system. A definition could be that mining is a manager of business processes anchored to a geographic motor engine that's robust, and this allows it to have a view, geographic view, and then also a component of dealings. The largest number of dealings that the mining people do in Colombia, they do so through this platform. So first of all, in the here what you see in dissemination and access, we managed with this system that all the information that's produced by the agency and that this agency uses for its business per se be disseminated and be available as open data. Today it would seem so normal and obvious, but around this information there was always some sort of like a reservation of the data. But no, we managed to have the data that you see here. They're open, they can be consulted, they have the geo services, and they can be downloaded. Not only the ones that are produced by the agency, but the ones that we use for our own management. In terms of what you see here regarding efficiency and sustainability, it was a joint effort, from four locations. You have the Canadian government, you have the Ministry of Mining and Energy in Colombia, the National Agency of Mining, the Agency of Canadian Cooperation, and I believe, fortunately, we have colleagues here that joined us during that process, which took about 3 years. That collective team to put that system on to work, and it was very difficult to actually uphold it, which was even more difficult than the initial implementation. And lastly, the system in mining is not only a management system, but it has other attributes. A very important one, given the legal effect that this whole subject has of notifications, communications between users and the entity, the user management is a responsibility of the user. This would also seem very obvious, but it's important in the realm where the mining business moves to specify this, and it also generates a network of users in the sense that those who have mining titles or present proposals in Colombia need professionals that complement engineers, geologists, accountants, economists, lawyers that help them with the information that they are presenting. So I, as a owner, for example, I can enable or disable roles of those professionals that work for me as a company or as a natural person, independent. And in that sense, we say that Anna operates as a social network of a professional capability. This is another attribute that the system has from development plans from previous years, 2015, 2018. We saw the need to implement the mining table in Colombia. We were talking about this given recommendations of the Global Bank and other examples in the world of how convenient is it to handle the mining industry from a table. It has advantages and disadvantages. It has positive and negative things, but generally speaking, we would say that it is very positive. Awarding mining titles today is given the cadastral mining unit. Imagine a table in geographic terms is like a fraction of a second, 3.6 seconds by 3.6 seconds, like 1.2 hectares. And in that system we're working on. And it has allowed us to eliminate or correct those historic problems that we were seeing in the past with titles. It's obviously that a system of geographic titles for decades can handle juxtaposition between polygons, irregular forms, but that's from the operation of the system as such. But when you bring this to the administration of this mining subject in a geography as ours, with our diversities and our particularities, it becomes of great use, especially because of a concept of order and information organization to be able to use this system. We've been doing so for 5 years, and we consider that this is one of the challenges, both technical and administrative and legal, that is very important within this platform. Here you have a synthesis of the layers that mining deals with. This is a screenshot of the visor. When you go in as a user, the first thing you see is this image. You don't need to do a login, you can consult it directly. 128 geographic layers distributed in 20 groups. And something very important you can see here. Usually, entities, we tend to generate visors and views to share what we do. In ANA, we have sort of the opposite, because if you see the percentage of the layers that the agency creates, is like 26 versus 128. What happens? This is the amount of environmental information that we're consuming. This business forces us to constantly have permanent communication and updating from the Ministry of the Environment, Humboldt Institute, and all the territorial administrations, local and regional. This is a constant dialogue, meetings, workshops, web services, etc. Everything that we need to maintain the layers in this platform. As a consequence, it is possible that the environment bank of information of this country is found there. So the invitation is for you to use it. When you enter this view, this visor, there's a column of manuals of guides, what we call in the agency, what we call the ABCs for users. So we've managed to publish the information openly, standardize it, to follow the guidelines from ITE, from this platform, and it's very satisfactory to have in Colombia this tool. What you're seeing here in this screenshot, as we call it here, is a software that runs over the initial platform, which is Esri, the one that you can see with the user interface, is simplified so that we don't need to do like a course or an in-depth study in geographic uh, views, but that it becomes a lot easier in your tools with very basic character to be able to consult it, juxtapose, and simple operations for those of you and or those entities that are interested in using these data. Lastly, we have a lot of large things to do still. We have this subject of a module of follow up that's integrated. It's something that we've been working since 2023. It's not a simple task. We've been working on it on a lot of fronts: technical, legal, institutional, cultural, etc. We continue to work on it. We need to include more sources of information, yes, even though there is an abundant data bank, geographic data. To be precise, we do need to continue this process. We want to obtain higher interoperability. Today, we offer two geoservices. We consume geoservices from other sources, but we know that it is necessary to integrate ourselves in a better way, not only within our sector, but with other sectors such as information, we can see it here, and the environment sector as the most important ones for us. We continue to face challenges of standardization, yes, protocols, yes, as well. Data quality, yes, as well. This is a sector that particularly has gone into this world. ICDE, the state one that was from the state that's called IDEC, I believe. So we are making an effort so that the mining sector, the energy and mining sector, goes in more fully to speak this language of the geo information, of the importance that it has. And with this, we can achieve something that I believe is worth mentioning in this stage. Uh, we managed to the entity to understand that the geographic fundamental object of its business is called mining title, and it's a polygon with a lot of attributes and a lot of problems with territorial impacts, with social impacts. But this is already a gain, the fact that it becomes geo. The fundamental object of the business is a huge gain. We're no longer called the graphs or the ones who make the drawings. They're calling of the they're saying the engineers and professionals. And lastly, to close, we want to incorporate data taken from remote sensors, which is something that we're seeing with another area of the agency. Okay, thank you, William. The case of Anna Mining is a success case where we integrated the technology of system of information with institutional change of SIA, as you mentioned. And as you mentioned it as well, we're also developing a strategy through an operational plan to develop the PIGN in the mining and energy sector, building on the advancements of several years ago. The sector has always been interested in organizing its geodata. Since 2010, I remember we signed a first agreement, and we've continued to advance. So this is a sector that's in line with this system, but we're continue to grow from all of the sectors. Thank you, William. So now we give the floor to Jorge Armando Alpala from the Risk Management Unit. Good afternoon to everybody, our panelists as well. IGAC for this invitation today. Well, the framework of this forum, we're going to be informing you of a talk that we've titled The Integration of Geographic Data for risk management, disaster risk management in Colombia. Specific case, the experience of the National Unit for Risk Management. Our presentation is based mainly in five topics. We're going to talk about the institutional role of the national unit, the advancements in these matters, the challenges, use cases, and some proposals towards the future. So, to talk about our institutional role, we have to frame ourselves in the Law 1523 of 2012, which is our guiding law for risk management. And to make reference to this law, I'm going to mention one of the articles that calls my attention and that I believe is very important, and it's Article number 2. Article number 2 mentions that the responsibility of risk management in Colombia is both institutional, right, of the institutions, private, government institutions, but also is a responsibility of all of the people that inhabit the territory. So, this is very important because since the get-go, we are all actors in risk management. From each of our own competencies, be they technical, missionary, work, and risk management is not only framed when when a catastrophic event happens, but in our daily routines and works, we always do risk management from the moment we wake up all the way uh, through the night, where we have to deal with our own activities, professional and not. So we start there. The framework of this law is an entity coordinator of the system. So when we're talking about the system, we involve several other entities, ministries, local entities, and territorial entities as well. So we coordinate a system, and this system is the National Risk Management System. How do we work it? We work it in the frame of three main processes. The first process, knowledge of risk management process. The second process is the reduction of risk, and management of disasters would be the third process. Each of these processes has sub processes, and for that, the law is very wide, and each of the articles that detailed is specified. I'm going to be talking about the sub process of risk knowledge and the different sub processes that we work in the unit. The process of risk understanding has under its charge the identification, evaluation of risk, monitoring of risk, and communication of risk. Why? Because it is important to know our territory and to know the phenomenons to which we're exposed so that we can then reduce those said effects. Many times we are no longer in a country that has a tectonic dynamic that's very active, right? Yes, we are also before hydro severe events, and this has generated a number of scenarios that day by day affect different regions of the country. So in the central mountain range, we have earthquakes, we have volcanoes, we have mass movements, massive rains, tsunami warnings, floods. We have forest fires. We have a lot of events, and each of these is more accentuated in specific territories. So it's not the same. We don't see the same phenomenons that Cauca, Chocó, Bogota have than the phenomenons that occur in the departments of the Llanos Orientales. We see other types of phenomenons, but we all have risk scenarios that we need to know and understand, and that's what we're focusing on. So for this, the geographic data is very important because specifies the information. Where did the event happen? How many meters in depth? How many people were there at the place where it occurred? How many people are affected? And we start to combine a series of data and information from all of the other institutions. So, for example, we had the earthquake of Paratehueno, right? We all felt it. So, how large is the population that's affected? Where do we go? We go to Dane. How many houses were affected? What are the images prior to the event? So we go to the maps, we look for previous images, and many more tools. What's important to be able to highlight from this is that we've realized, or we need to keep in mind, that there's a fundamental difference between what the data is and the information. Data is what a sensor generates, but it's not something that has been submitted to a processing or a treatment. It has not been interpreted. A lot of times we generate data, but we don't produce information, or these data are safe kept and we have not exploited them to generate information per se. What allows us to make decisions is when we've converted that data into information.
This is something very important as well as an advancement. Well, from the unit itself and from the system, we've begun to use many different tools that we have available nowadays that have allowed us to have queries and query satellite imagery and optics and radar data from public and private entities, commercial entities, drone imagery, LiDAR images, different resources related to cadastral information, resources related to data information. This information is required for us to assess damage and harm when there's an event of this nature that occurs. Apart from this, what do we use? We use the different services like WebGIS services, like WMS, WFS services from different entities. And here, I wanted to highlight a specific role, an important role, the ICVE, the Colombian Infrastructure of Space Data, because this is the entity that is in charge of beginning to consolidate using standards for interoperability standards, which are hugely important because sometimes we have that information available. However, we can't even use it or put it into our workflow because it doesn't have the formatting that is required for us. So therefore, using the ICDE, we're beginning that process to streamline this information, and we are users of this information, and it has been hugely helpful. We also have certain challenges that we've gone through. In the territories, Colombia has approximately 1,103 municipalities, and out of these, over 70% of these municipalities are category 5 and 6, which are the poorer municipalities. These are low resources municipalities, municipalities with lesser GDPs. And in the morning forum, they mentioned this. There's not internet in many of these municipalities, and all of these services that we have available from our entities, they're available so that a person with an internet service can connect to them, right? But there's municipalities that don't even have electricity, and access roads are almost null. They use rivers. And there's huge challenges here that the technical capacities for ourselves and within our municipalities are unequal in the territories. There's a lot of inequality in terms of access to information. So from institutions, we have to start thinking about these things, about generating and producing resources or tools so that this information, this technical information, can trickle down to these municipalities, right? Perhaps for us today, connecting to a WFS service and download a layer of 600 megas takes us approximately 30, 40 seconds, right? But we have high-speed internet, and we have wide band internet and different types of high-speed internet. But there's municipalities that don't even have electricity. Despite having the information, as soon as an emergency occurs, at that moment, they're not going to be able to use these resources. So therefore, this is an important challenge to think about these municipalities, these poor municipalities, which are over 70% of the country. Not everybody, not all of them have these deficiencies. However, many do. We have over 70% of our municipalities are category 5 and 6, which are the lower resource municipalities. And not only lower resources at a financial level, but also technical capacities are low in these municipalities. Their personnel sometimes doesn't have a lot of information. They only stay there during that term, and then when a new mayor comes in, they change. And also, technological infrastructure in a mayor's office, maybe the secretary of planning is a secretary of government, plus has many different other roles apart from these. And when the government period ends, even the computers disappear, the information disappears. So therefore, we have to think about these different factors and how to ensure that this information can be maintained, can reach them in an easier fashion, and this is a challenge that is proposed. Another challenge is related to consolidating multi-source data and in real time. Nowadays, today, for example, here in Bogota, from an emergency, we have sufficient enough information, many different portals. We have information available that since we're systems entities, like for example, the International Charter Project, we activate that every time that there's an emergency, and we begin to receive information from satellites, from different public and private entities from these affected zones. And sometimes this becomes a challenge because despite not having information today, tomorrow we may have 300 pages to analyze or 300 megas to analyze. So there's a challenge, which is consolidating all this information that is received from multiple sources, multi-sources of information, and now we need to analyze this in real time because decision making requires quickness and speed in order to guarantee appropriate attention. In terms of use cases, in order to conclude, well, we have provided our information and made it available in the Colombian and Maps portal. From the unit, we are working with internal areas in order to comply with Article 45 of Law 1523, which is the risk management law for disaster management as well, which hopefully will be available soon as a proposal. We propose the analysis or to strengthen geospatial analysis using tools related to advanced technology systems like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, because these volumes of information, like the case I mentioned earlier, like 300 images are not going to be processed overnight immediately. We require specialized infrastructure and obviously trained algorithms that allow us to have a more agile response with these scenarios. Very well, Jorge. Thank you so much. A very complete summary. And I wanted to highlight not simply the risk management that you do, but response management as well. You can't take any delays, and you have to have information available to act immediately in critical moments like flooding, etc., which has to be visualized and happening quickly. So a very good use case for today's presentation. Thank you so much for your example. Now Dr. Savid Navilta from Renata continues is next. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes? How's everybody? Thank you so much to the GEO organization for this invitation to the EDM, to IGAC, the National University of Colombia. What a beautiful thing. Every time I come to the National University, I really like to discover the new spaces and how the university has evolved and is living constant evolutions. This is one of the latest works that Master Salmona made, that Professor Salmona made, and we always feel his works here. One of the most important architects in Colombia. I wanted to briefly talk about the context. Renata context. Renata is the National Technology, Advanced Technology Network of Colombia. It's the only one that we have in Colombia. There can only be one NRE per country. What is an NRE? The National Research and Education Network. That's what an NRE is. And why am I always saying this in English? Because when you say it in Spanish, network of investigation and education, it doesn't have that same connotation that the different MRENs have in the world. Basically, the first MREN in the world was the internet. And today, with the internet, we had to call it something differently to identify the commercial internet versus the private internet. Here now we have it internet too. So the MRANs worldwide have a connotation that goes way further than the simply academic settings or the research setting. The MRANs worldwide, what they do is that they promote project development and public policy development with infrastructure, technological infrastructure. And obviously, they group together the famous four academic, government, the four pillars, private sector, and international sectors for developing projects in our territories where it operates, in the territories where it operates. That's why from Renata, which also has on its board three different ministries: the Ministry of IT, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. When we created Renata, we were construed as an organization or an entity that develops public policy projects with technological baselines. And here we have we've developed certain initiatives related to geographic data with international Renata's development, which is the major message that I wanted to communicate today to AmeriGEO. Let's see if my cough doesn't betray me here. Recently, Renata launched the Copernicus Columbia Academy. Everybody knows who Copernicus is, but Copernicus is a program for satellite observation from the European Union. I said that I was going to cough, and look at me coughing now. Oh well. That has contributions from the European Union, but it also has contributions from the European Space Agency. And it's 6 satellites in orbit in the upper Earth orbit for satellite observation, full-time satellite observations, and they produce very important data which is open data, but also data that is needed, that has to be used, because it's worthless to create all these beautiful programs if we don't actually use this data. So in a great type of work, thanks to the Renata team's efforts and thanks to the mother network that unifies AMREN's, the AMREN's throughout Latin America, which is called the Red Clara network. We brought to Colombia the Copernicus Academy. We recently launched it, so I invite everybody here, everybody that's interested in developing projects with satellite observation or with what is called geographic data. I invite you to use Renata's services and Copernicus' services from the Copernicus Academy of Colombia. We're very interested to develop this type of knowledge of geospatial data, as was mentioned earlier by engineer William and as was mentioned by engineer Jorge. It's marvelous to incorporate everything into their own entities, everything that they're doing in their initiatives. But even better than that is that system that you spoke to us about earlier, that is under the leadership of the DANE and the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute. For us, these initiatives are of great transcendency. Let me see if I have some time left just to give you some practical examples of what we're doing with the information that we receive from Copernicus. But here I have it. Well, but every minute counts. Thank you. We are already in the production phases for projects using geographic data. At this point, we are working on a project which incorporates the 4.0 revolution data in the National Oil and Gas Agency, Hydrocarbons Agency. And the first thing that we did is that we took all that data from this agency. We're processing this data. And I love to say what I'm going to say right now. We're creating the first LLM from the oil and gas sector, the hydrocarbon sectors. For those of you that are not familiar with the concept of artificial intelligence, well, LLMs are those famous expanded language learning models, or as was explained by one of my professors in the past, well, it's data translated into data with a specific processing purpose. That's what an LLM really is. But apart from that, it has to be deliverable and processed using a specific syntax in whatever language. So there, we're actually building the first hydrocarbons LLM model in Colombia. When you work with Renata, you have access to some marvelous things. It's worthless if you have satellite imagery and information, satellite image and data with Copernicus if you don't actually have a way to process it. Because apart from that, it's a lot of data. Just as I told you earlier, what engineer Jorge said, as I told him, well, one day you can have 0, but the next day you may have 300 megs and 300 satellite images that have to be processed. So with Renata, we have available to us, we have the computational network of Colombia. This hypercomputational network of Colombia allows with simple connectivity that is provided by Renata, which is high performance connectivity with one-to-one reuse. That's why it's called advanced technology. Technologically advanced connectivity allows us to do hyper processing. And we can actually use all those supercomputers that are exist in Colombia in order to do processing for any data. If things become too hard, well, the network of hypercomputational network Colombia, then we also have access via Renata. We have access to the hyperprocessing European Union's hyperprocessing computers. So marvelous things are occurring today. Data processing that we spend here, and you as researchers and engineers, you know this way more than I do. Data processing that used to take 2 or 3 weeks, now it takes just minutes. It's done in minutes. This is a huge leap without measurability from systems related to georeferencing systems, data analytics, real projects with practical applications. Dr. Sain, how much time do you have? And my cough, aren't you going to give me more time because of my cough? I already gave you a little bit more time. Just give me 1 minute to finish, okay? Thanks. Oh, okay, so let me wrap it up with as follows. I already told you a little bit of what we're doing with Renata Colombia. But the most important thing is to train. If you've already gotten the data, if you've already processed the data, if you already have that LLM available, what's left? The only thing that's left is to do an algorithmic modeling to create artificial intelligence projects, okay? And that's what we're working on right now. We're already doing this. My invitation now is to join this project using your entities. Join us and join us via your universities as well. Join Renata Colombia so you can take advantage of all the resources available. We're the only MRAN of the country, the National Advanced Technology Network that we have available to all of you. Thank you very much. Okay, up next we have our colleague David Pronselve from Procalculations to make this issue a bit more agile. We've incorporated some questions that were already scheduled for this panel, but throughout these presentations, the previous ones they were incorporated, has to do with the power of geographic data to help us make decisions and specific cases that different institutions have had. Now, let me give the mic over, and then we'll go into the conclusions of the panel. I'll allow you to finish, and then we go to conclusions. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be in the National University of Colombia. A special thank you to the Geo community. And we're going to talk about Prisma, a spatial analytical tool from ProCalculus. We've been advancing on interoperability issues using artificial intelligence. And as my role as the researchers for development and innovation for ProCalculo and Process, we've had the proudness and the honor of and the pleasure of being able to participate in developing this API. This API incorporates interoperability with artificial intelligence, and that very soon going to be incorporated and included in the Territorial Geographic Agustin Gutasis Observatory. But where does this story actually begin? This story began in Procalculo Process, a company with over 50 years of history in terms of geospatial technology, where innovation basically represents a huge qualitative leap in technological development. It represents innovation that promotes several different capacities, and where this paradigm has actually allowed us to scale from local solutions all the way to cloud-based solutions. So what have we found here? These cloud-based solutions have allowed us to do this with more flexibility in a scalable fashion, and this is where Prisma fits in. Prisma is a solution thought about to be adapted and configured and personalized to different needs. That's how our first experience came about, and it's being validated in the observatory for the land and the territory. And we've gotten great ideas and great projects in order to improve this and continue to advance. And we may say, well, what are the advantages that Prisma has given us and have left to Procalculus and ours as well? Well, it's been that possibility of actually being able to put into practice these nonsense, this knowledge which is actually being represented by certain deep transformations in our engineering processes that have led us to have applications that are very open and open solutions where we've incorporated different stakeholders related to the geospatial system, as was said by Sandra earlier. And it's very important to have everybody there united. And I want to talk about a common topic here, just like the incorporation of artificial intelligence with agile networks. They've evolved naturally in this interoperable environment, which has potentialized our decision making and our technical techniques in a timely and a trustworthy fashion. But what is this which is so important that Prisma has, that is putting on the table and bringing it to this panel, that for us represents something very, very important? This is more related with that capacity to exchange coffee, joy. To summarize this data schematic, which are satellite imagery, this is very important that you remember. But additionally, something that's related to functionality is also going to help. As Said said and Jorge said earlier, deep learning and artificial intelligence algorithms allow us to exchange methodologies, and using functions allows us to change this to comply with the needs, our current needs, in this case with land use planning tools, and be able to provide certain functionalities, not only simply just articles, but also processes data for better decision making. But let's look at what exactly is the more digestible schematic here of what exactly Prisma actually offers. Prisma actually incorporates a constellation of monitored satellites, which is continuously monitoring the Earth with resolutions which is unedited. At the moment, they had not worked with the public entities, Likewise, as well as the formulation of mosaics, trying to create image compilations that will actually unify those that have the best coverage related to cloud coverage because it's not going to be visible. And William said this earlier for the issue of mining, open pit mining especially. This type of product is indispensable. We also have different temporal changes in the coverage of the Earth's ozone layer. And another important factor for us is the incorporation of artificial intelligence and the usage by using deep learning models. And Jorge said this earlier that it would be very important if this was incorporated into the missions, put into practice. And Said highlighted this as well. And these deep learning models are being used today in order to extract key information. What type of coverage? Like different bodies of water, different forests, crops, etc., and different infrastructure and different lineal extractions like tertiary roads, which are so important as well that connect the country. But apart from that, deep learning is going to allow us allows us to have agility in the process and to have greater qualities of standards that want to be reported within the data. So, in this fashion, another value that we actually are finding has been related to collaborative spaces that we've established with different public entities, with different groups of researchers, territorial communities, where interoperability no longer has this main character role, this technological main character role, and it actually starts to become a bet, a bet on sharing knowledge, sharing learning, scaling solutions, obviously, as well as also making technological services available that are needed in order to provide transformation to public entities and that Colombia seeks to use for its transformational purposes as well. And let me also mention that this space is an opportunity to weave and to create these partnerships and alliances that are required. And also, I wanted to highlight that this learning, this bet, and is going to be available. And let's not simply give interoperability a technical importance, but let us allow to incorporate the different know-hows and knowledge. So to conclude, applications such as Prisma, an application with cloud-based architecture, is going to allow us, or is going to demonstrate that interoperability, incorporating AI and incorporating robust analytics frameworks actually helps us scale solutions at a geospace level that will allow us to make better decisions, smarter, collaborative, partnership-based decisions, and also well-informed decisions. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, David. So we have 6 valuable minutes left in order to wrap up our panel. We only have 6 minutes left. Let's take advantage of these 6 minutes. We said this quite a bit, and we've said a lot, and we've highlighted certain key issues related to the interactions with users in terms of process models, infrastructure models, software, data. But I also wanted to please now have our panelists participate in the conclusions section now, so they can give us your conclusions related to what is your major strategy. What would be your main strategy to incorporate in data with other public or private entities from any sector, basically, that would promote the development of our territories and help promote development in our territories and help women, youth, young people, entrepreneurs, ethnic groups, etc., so they can participate? How can we include it? Just give me a minute each. Give me your conclusions. What would be, if at this moment they tell you, I'm going to give you $1 billion to develop your major strategy, just that one major strategy that will help you promote the territorial development and the participation of all of society stakeholders, what would that be? Who wants to begin? Ladies first. Yes. Very well. Truly, the question is quite complex here. It's a difficult question because I mean, promoting and appropriation of information requires many different angles, not simply one. But what do we have to observe? One of the things that happens in a territory is that I need to have access in just one portal to everything. And somebody said in a main panel, we have many different systems, many different portals. We need to centralize that information. We need to enable different interoperability and efficient ecosystems that are enabled and strengthening knowledge management efforts as well. I would summarize it in those three efforts. So knowledge management that will help guarantee appropriation and taking ownership of this and taking advantage so they can take advantage of these elements, and also developing projects based on data and based on evidence. I think that those would be the three key elements that I would highlight. First, knowledge management. William Martinez. I'm not exactly sure how to find an answer related to direct interaction due to the experience that we've had. The word I think here would be empathy. So taking what we have, like local development, like technological developments, taking what we have, all these services, taking them to them, but also exchanging knowledge, like how that community is receiving it, exchanging that information, how they're understanding, how they're receiving it, and what feedback they can give us, like about what was missing, what do they consider that we were missing, looking at it as a dialogue, like a common dimension. And maybe the second has to do with your presentation here, in a sense about strengthening communication throughout the country, like the internet access to broadband internet, so that this will be even more and more decentralized. Thank you so much. Who's going to go third? David. In Procalculo, we've actually bet on processing and incorporating data as that value proposition. So that value proposition actually is represented by a solution that should be taken to be able to adjust to the different needs, whether they're the needs of any community in general. And something else that's very important that has happened within Corocalco has been the creation of a research group and innovation and development group that has actually encouraged us to continue to bring in new solutions that have allowed us to actually have a scope and a reach here, a sense of being able to establish these work tables, establish these collaborative tables that were mentioned earlier with different groups of researchers, public entities, and territorial economies. And that's our bet. Thank you very much, Jorge. Okay, so I want to echo the different proposals that were mentioned by the panelists before me, but I would add now that we need to strengthen capacities, technical capacities and technological capacities at a local level within these municipalities, which are category 5 and 6 municipalities in Colombia, which make up a large part of our territory. And in one way or another, they're the ones that need this the most. Okay, thank you very much. I've learned from Director Marulanda from IGAC when we were speaking related to a project that we were developing for IGAC. The professor said something that really catches my attention. He says, recognizing geographic data is recognizing the territory. It's knowing thyself. And I don't need $1 billion. I think we've done efforts by many different entities here, and there's resources that have been invested here that are very important. What I offer is that Renata can help us unify that data so we can complement the data that we're currently working with in the National Hydrocarbons Oil and Gas Agency, so we can manage the first LLM focused on the hydrocarbon sectors. And that ensures something which is fundamental, which is called digital sovereignty and territorial sovereignty. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists, and now I invite you all to join the Colombian space data infrastructure, that we continue to build the country with the mapping and identifying all of our cases and activities, etc. And we believe this network of empathy needs to be created, that we're creating with the different sectors of the country. Thank you so much for your attention.
to these participants of this theme forum. Thank you for your interesting participation and intervention. We're going to take the official photograph right now, and we want to invite those of you who are joining us to a quick 15-minute break, and we will come back to continue with the agenda of day number one of AmeriGEO meeting 2025 from Virginia Gutierrez auditorium of the National University of Colombia. Those of you who are joining us online, thank you. We will continue in 15 minutes live via IGAC and IDEAM broadcast. Those of you who are joining us here in person, please take a snap of the QR to share any questions or comments that we will be addressing at the end of the day. Thank you.
Al regreso, el IDEAM les invita a ser parte de Voces Geo, un diálogo abierto donde expertos y usuarios nos contarán
continue with our week. Uh, Thank you for being with us. We are continuing on the last block of our first day of the week, AmeriGEO 2025, with the forum Voices G, Perspectives of Users in the Era of Geodata. Listening to those who transform data into decisions for Colombia. Welcome once again to this section of AmeriGeo Week 2025. This space seeks to generate a meeting point so that experts and users of Earth intelligence share experiences and build strategic alliances in collaborative projects for sustainable management of the territory. We look to encourage conversation between all users so that the exchange of perspectives and experiences strengthens decision making and the articulation of collaborations, encouraging sustainable development based on real life needs of users. This forum voices geo perspectives of users in the era of geographic data, listening to those who use data for Colombia, will be led by Ghislaine, leader at Ghislaine Pireto is an environmental scientist of El Valle University, chemist and a master's in science. Chemist with a doctorate in environmental sciences from the same institutions. She has more than 10 years of experience in research, uh, teaching, and research in environmental projects. Her trajectory includes articulation between civil society, academia, productive sector, and governmental institutions, as well as the participation in international knowledge networks and the leadership of initiatives of science, technology, innovation, and citizen mobilization. Next to her, she will be joined by different panelists. Ricardo Manzano, consultant of the IDEAM for the Andes project, Miguel Ángel Valenzuela, agriculture professor for the National University of Colombia, Jaime Usa Garzón, professor of ecology and analytics of Francisco José de Caldas University, Ana Milena Prada, supervisor for risk management on the national level, Juan Pablo Becerra from the National Federation of Coffee Growers, Lina Perico from Andes IDEAM, and Angela Camila Olaya Garcia representing youth from Agustinian School in Panama. Good afternoon to all mentioned. Welcome. Please go ahead and take the stage. The stage is yours to start this talk. Good afternoon. Greeting you once again to everybody that's joining us and those who are joining us through streaming. Welcome once again to AmeriGEO First Day. We're going to move to a space that we have denominated Geo Voices Perspectives of the Users in Era of Geographic Data. For our institute, IDEAM, it is very pleasant to be the dynamizers of this meeting, uh, joining people to transform reality. We are joined by a clear purpose, dialogue with those who, from different sectors, transform geospatial information into concrete actions focused in protecting ecosystems and biodiversity, strengthen the sustainable management of territories and their capacities of adaptation and resilience, and guarantee the decision making that are based on science, technology, and innovation. And of course, the recognition of the knowledge of our peoples to take care of life in a panorama that deals with a lot of environmental challenges, economic and social ones. The intelligence of the earth does not only represent a concept that has to do with technical, it's the ability to look at the land to use to make decisions through collaboration that encourages participation and articulation in different levels. In this sense, to reach this goal, it's not enough to produce data, but we also need to understand how this information is used, what barriers exist for its application, and above all, how we can co design adapted solutions to the needs and the challenges of our present. We were talking about this morning from some of the institutions, the challenges, governmental ones, to produce information. And in this space, we're going to be talking about the appropriation and how this information is used. This forum is therefore a space to socialize and share knowledge of the communities and the territories with scientific developments to identify and explore data for the actions that overcome barriers and for these to reach those who use them on a day to day basis. From leaders that take decisions in their territories and through the mechanisms provided by public policies all the way through societies that needs to understand the reach of each of the decisions and to strengthen the collaboration of participants from all the sectors that contribute to this construction. I also welcome our panelists. Thank to all of you, to your experiences, your knowledge that constitute the grounds to advance utilizing space information. So I invite all of you to have an open conversation so that at the end we can not only take ideas but links and bonds that can turn into alliances for the management, sustainable management of our territories and to take care of life. I am going to read the objective of forum, which is to find the meeting points for experts of intelligence of Earth, share experience, and build strategic alliances, transforming the collective knowledge into actions for sustainable management. I am going to read the profile of those who are joining me here. We have our first panelist, Lina Maria Pico, who will be sharing with us about a territorial project that's very important for UDM and for the region, which is the Enandes project. Lina is an environmental engineer in project management. She has more than 9 years in coordination of public and private projects in the environmental sector, leading environmental acts with conservation of resources. She manages Enandes, currently supported by the World Environment Organization since 2022. We're also joined by Ricardo Manzano, representative of the indigenous communities. He is a Coconuco indigenous man with more than 20 years of experience in communitary processes and defending territories. Ex-governor and councilman from Puracé. He currently deals with agroengineering. He helps with several online actions. We're also joined by Miguel Valenzuela, representative of the academic community, agro engineer with a master's and a doctorate, PhD in water and environment, more than 20 years of research and management of agro projects and environment projects specialized in the dealing with water, soil, ground, and climate, and risk management since 2026. He's an associate professor from the University, National University of Colombia. Jaime Ed, a forest engineer with more than 25 years of research and evaluation of environmental projects and 15 years in high ranking university position. He's an expert on local development, sovereignty, technology, and among others. We're also joined by Ana Milena Prada, who's an architect with a master's in urban policies, specialist in ground development, subdirector for the knowledge of the National Unit for Disaster Risk Management in Colombia, utilizing local knowledge for their analysis. She has led national and international meetings with a communitary organization, and we're also joined by Juan Pablo Becerra, representative of the private sector, engineer and geographer with the coffee growers. He leads the SICA project for coffee growers, through which we promote the systems of geographic informations as key tools for decision making in the benefit of caficultors, coffee growers. And we also have an international guest, Angela Camila Olaya, represents the youth of the Agustinian School in Panama, in charge of doing research with environmental research with the use of satellite information. Welcome all of you, and we'll be starting this conversation. Thank you. As I was telling you, there are several topics. Well, there's one topic which is this application on field, and we have several voices that are represented here. We're going to be starting with Lina Pico, who will be sharing with us in a very concise manner a project that is coming to a close in the institute, and it's a beautiful application in territory of climate services. Lina, go ahead. Good afternoon to everybody. We want to share with you from IDEAM an experience that we've been developing on the field, and that we have some learned lessons that are very interesting. And what we want is to replicate this initiative. From IDEAM, I present you the project improvement of ability of training for the Andean communities. These are farming and indigenous communities through the use of climate services. This use of as climate services that is not only from the use of information but also of the understanding and the appropriation of local knowledge of climate services. We want to highlight that from IDEAM we've been doing a job, a task that seeks this communitary action that is articulated from ancestral knowledge with scientific information provided by IDEAM, and that's how we've been able to do territory um, analysis. We've been developing it since 2022 in the Colombian territory. It's executed by part of the Institute of Hydrology, IDEAM, and it's also developed in other 5 countries where it is implemented by the national services that are meteorological and hydrological of each of the countries. It's a project through which we execute and strengthen the national framework of climate services in this manner to bring information to territories. I'm going to give you a brief context. We've been working from IDEAM in the territory with the project in Andes on the Cauca territory, keeping in mind all of the affectation that the rural communities face, especially the indigenous and farming communities and women, children, and the elderly who are more vulnerable to climate change. And therefore, that's why we choose the Cauca region, Popayán, Torosó, and Uracé. We're working in the use of areas around water. That's why we worked around the 5 basins that are providing sources in Popayán. We've been working for villages. This year we'll be concluding the project. The idea is to be able to generate sustainability of the use of climate services. We work with 6 reserves, 5 associations of farmers, 8 communal action boards, schools, and we also achieved interaction and local allies from the local and territorial government, the environmental authority, the academia, and other entities like the Popayan Water Authority, with whom we did work and with whom we want to have the sustainability plan towards the future. The families that are benefit are 200 families. We have 2,000 families in the territory and 1,600 students. But we need to understand the change of value of climate services that has been strengthened by IDEAN in this process. And to summarize this information, it's time, climate, and water that is generated by IDEAM, that is transformed by the technicians of IDEAM, but that needs to be adapted, it needs to be translated and taken to a language of the communities. In this case, the users are indigenous and farming communities and the territorial allies that work together, but it's strengthened through the value change and through a system of information of management and data processing, of modeling, of observation, of for forecast, and that has a component of research. And it's thanks to this that the communities can take this decisions, informed decisions, understanding the information and the transformation of data for their systems and local activities. Of the success that we can see is that the interface of users of climate service, we created the agroclimate tables, taking the methodology of the technical tables from the national all the way to regional levels. But what we did here is in a co-design with the community is to take the exercise to territories, to the basins, to the villages that they recognized where they were located. So we performed 9 large sessions of agroclimate tables, community ones, in over the last few years, and each of them with 4 specific activities in the sub-basins with the participation of about 900 people in all of the exercises that were performed. So for us it's very important, and we're very proud to show this exercise, this space, this dialogue space of co-design of climate services towards the territory, where the community is the one who introduces their needs, and hand in hand with them we build their climate services, de-escalation of information and the understanding that is had by these communities from the homes, from the indigenous reserves, the farming communities, and from the educational institutions that are a very important actor in the replication of all of these actions. We generated field schools, which is to learn by doing, is how we're using the information that is generated in the agro communal tables in a practical way and in articulation with the generation and co-design of adaptation measures that were had follow-up, and it allowed us to do an analysis of socio-economic benefits based on the use of these climate uh, services. We have installed a monitoring red network, which is volunteer. IDEAM did training. We installed 11 rain measures, and the information taken by the community is being put into brochures and informational brochures. And we're integrating the information to an initiative called Volu Climate regarding the El Niño phenomenon. Here we have a sample of the brochures that are being shared on a monthly basis. We are also shared other brochures on a weekly basis, and I want to highlight that these were designed with the community, and it was a huge step since the first brochure, from a very technical way, and we did with them all of the incorporation with the educational institutions, with the reserves, the communal boards, to get the understanding of information of time, climate, and water, of the behavior of the rainfall, of the El Nino phenomenon, the La Nina phenomenon, depending on the time on when it was happening, and a large number of activities to be able to understand the climate information provided. We also integrated a follow-up of climate indicators, and this was also done in articulation with the implementation of 109 measures of adaptations that are also articulated with communities, that allowed us to do an analysis of socioeconomic benefits, which is the first study that was performed in the country and that continues to be performed by IDEAM, which is the entity that starts this initiative, and we're a referent on a regional level, and we want people to continue to understand the importance of the use of climate services, the importance of understanding the reduction of risks that we have with the use of these services, and the reduction of losses that we can see in territories, communities, houses, and community and local dynamics. I want to conclude to thank IDEAM, the director, who has always been very attentive to the project. She knows it completely, and it is true that it is important that we need to be able to replicate this project, that we need to strengthen the climate services, and that the information is shared, that it's not only left in a cloud, but that we see documents and brochures, but for the community to receive this information and appropriate the knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lina. Yes, it's one of our flagship projects because we're able to put the information into territory, but very valuable to share technical information as well as the knowledge from communities. Ricardo Manzano is also joining us here, who has been joining us in the in Andes project, and we want to start this panel with you. Maybe you can share with us what mechanisms and tools do you consider have been more efficient to fuse the traditional knowledge with technical geospatial data, and what have been the key learnings that can arise from the experience that you've had. Well, good afternoon to everybody. Uh, uh, Grateful with IDEAM, IGAC, the university that's hosting us. It is important for us to highlight of this process that all of the knowledge are valid, are important. Knowledge is universal, and from the indigenous peoples, from ancestral knowledge and from wisdom, is what has allowed us to live through time and space. Our biggest our elders and ancestors have fought to stay and remain in the planet, and many of them did it without GPS, without satellites, and with natural intelligence. I think that it is very important to value this exercise that our elders have done and the legacy that they have left us. And of course, this day and age, we're in an era of technology that we cannot be foreign to this situation. But in our experience in the Cauca department, in our territories, it is important the articulation of processes starting from the work performed with institutions. Adequation needs to happen. There needs to be a differential focus to work with indigenous peoples and the farming organizations, the Afro communities. We cannot not be foreign or disregard the fact that there's this type of knowledge and that science is the one to hold the last word. We've done this exercise in a critical reading of the context, but we've also done it through the principle of respect. We value the effort that the institution does, the tools that it has, the technologies that it has, but they have also valued our own knowledge. That's where we have found that equilibrium point. An elder can predict when it's going to rain. The institution can also generate their brochures, and yes, we can translate them and interpret them in the territory. So I think it's a huge gain. We've covered a good path. We have still a lot to do, but this exercise we've managed to understand it. We've been working on it hand in hand with the technical teams, with our teammates who do Western science, but also from the knowledge of our elders in territory. Talking around the fire to us is fundamental. Climate is very local, and therefore we require information to be able to make decisions. That has been the other very important learning, and it's that knowledge or data may don't are not to be to remain in a computer, because who deals with that is going to have power. The information needs to reach our territories, needs to reach our communities so that we ourselves can make decisions. So that's what I can share with you in this first part of the forum. Thank you all for your attention. Thanking you all for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo, for these reflection, these thoughts. I want to uh, give the floor to our international guest, who is representing the youth, um, Angela. Your voices are very, very important because here we're thinking things towards the future, and it's our youth, our current youth, who in the future will be making decisions. Angela, from your experience, what are those effective, efficient bridges that you've seen that we've managed to build for this user knowledge to integrate with technical geospatial information? And maybe you have an example that you can share with us. Hi, good afternoon. Well, I'm part of the GeoLab program that, together with ERRI Panama and Labot, we use data to provide solutions to different subjects such as conservation. Thanks to this interest, concern, we were able to ally ourselves with organizations like Reef to Reef to help them to identify the different zones of where coral is at risk and and mangroves in the National Park of Portobelo. Thank you. And we also have Professor Miguel, who also works with enthusiast youth who are very curious and interested in what we're talking about, of working with these space data. Professor Miguel, what have you gathered from these experiences with your students, and which do you think are the challenges from higher education to work with geospace data? Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Well, I think that what we do here in the university and what I think we should be doing is to focus in the youth the why they're doing what they're doing. Why do they download a satellite image? Why do they process it? I got a result, and what do I do with this information? So, what we want to achieve from the university is to encourage with the creation of seedlings of information, which is part of our one of our faculties. But from the expert knowledge, we want them to learn to interpret that information. I think that most of you here have downloaded a satellite image, you processed it, you obtain a map. Maybe the example that you shared identified zones with coral risks. Okay, what do I do with that? Well, can I make a decision with that? The decision that I take will be the appropriate one. So a lot of times us from the academia or from the public sector, we identify ourselves the problem. We say this is the problem, and we try to solve it. But what's important is for the youth from the territories in the agricultural sector, for example, we have to talk to them and ask them what is the problem that you're really facing, and it's different stages. For example, all of the maps that they create, Colombian maps, the UPRA, what EDM generates is very, very useful in the planning stage. I can establish schedules for planting and harvesting. I can program it. I can foresee certain threats with the weather and climate forecasts. But when I have to make a decision in real time, these tools allow me to make the decisions. That's when the situation changes, right? Maybe that they're not going to be so useful then and there. So the work that we've been doing is first of all for people to get to know the different tools that have been introduced to us, how we can use images, AI. We want to go further. What do I do with this data? What do I do with this information? Simple example, for example, some students did a study of how the hurricane that came by the Caribbean coast recently, how does it affect the Caribbean coast? And they got a threat map. They modeled it in a harvest model, and it said La Guajira. We can see how the rice harvest is going to be affected in the whole department, and the map told them that. And I was telling them the Guajira produces rice, and they were like, "Oh, well, we took these census from the DANE and municipalities, maybe one or two municipalities, but you're saying that the whole Guajira was being affected because of the hurricane." So it's how do we help to interpret and to improve the scale of information, and we teach the youth what to do with the information that they generate, what to do with the data, with the maps, and that it helps in decision making.
Thank you so much, Professor. And now, aligned with the different scaling of things and adaptation to information, we have the Deputy Director Prada, whom is the Deputy Director of Knowledge from this unit, and also faces very interesting and challenging feats because the unit, the National Unit for Risk Management and Disaster Management, is a user of this information, but they have a huge challenge, which is to take that information and transfer that and turn it into decision making, and sometimes in real time, many times in real time, and with some very complex effects at a social level and a financial economic level. Deputy Director, from all of these projects that you work on, you work with almost all of these different technical institutions, with ADM, with AGAC, with the Geological Survey, etc., with all of the national system. Now, which of these have been the biggest obstacles in order to transfer that information and turn it into decision making and working with communities as well? What has been the most complex aspect of this, and what have you done, or maybe a success case, a good case? Not everything has to be bad in order to achieve or transfer that information and turn it into an action. Well, I think that there are several challenges here, and I would like to echo something that was said earlier, because we do work with all research institutes, and the institutes are the ones that generate the primary information that we actually use. So we are actual users of this information that also interpret and analyze this information. And I think that one of the challenges, the biggest challenges that we have in the work that we do with the different research at the institutes at the national level, is to identify, and here comes what you mentioned a bit earlier, it's what information that is produced by each institute allows me to make decisions. And that's one of the biggest challenges, because there's information that is extremely expensive and that unfortunately make us make decisions related to land use planning. And when we talk about the more detailed or precision-based scales, where we need to make decisions related to land use planning. However, there's other scales of decision making as well, like, for example, those that you mentioned earlier, like planning decisions, that allow us to use other instruments like municipal plans or department or state-based plans, where I believe that from the unit, and especially from the subdirection of knowledge, we've been able to incorporate those different scenarios that are provided to us by research centers or institutes, plus the information at a community level, in order to update the different planning instruments. And I believe that this has been a very interesting factor, because this allows us not simply to have a dialogue at a community level. It allows us to go more into depth about the perception of risk and in terms of knowledge and the historical events as well. But it also allows us to have all of these different scenarios that different research centers provide us, in order to provide instruments to the municipalities and the different states or departments, in order to help them update and focalize their investments with their communities. So therefore, one beautiful project that we have worked on is related to community mapping, which has allowed us to go to the territories. We've gone to the field to approximately 147 different municipalities throughout Colombia, where we've actually trained the different community action boards and different grassroots organizations. And it's worked with different municipal coordinators in incorporating the scientific information and the different scenarios, and helping them capture information with analog instruments as well as with technological instruments, together with the community, in order to jointly with the municipality update these instruments, these planning instruments, and in that sense, be able to advance in prioritizing different joint projects that they're going to work on with their communities. And I think that this has been one of the most interesting projects that we've had, and has been a very big challenge, because it has allowed us to ask ourselves precisely the scientific information that sometimes is not difficult to understand or difficult to digest. How can it be actually trickled down from the decision makers at an individual level? How can we take it to the communities, and the community, which is also an organ or a territorial organization, at a municipal level, and finally at a department or state level? Thank you so much, Deputy Director. And aligned to knowledge generation, we have the academic sector that plays a fundamental role as well. From the academic sector, despite you not being in the government making these decisions per se, these quick decisions, despite just being schools are coming up with laws or different, the truth is, what is generated in these educational settings is a platform for decision making. At the end of the day, when we look at all these decisions, according to articles, according to books, according to research, according to the concept and technical know-how of certain researchers, and they support these decisions. So here comes very important questions, or here comes a question aligned with the future, trying to look at the future and look at the platforms. What type of platform or models, governance models, collaborative governance models that the academic sector actually generates these knowledge and uses this technology? What do we need in order to build this access, ensure that access for the sustainable usage of intelligence of Earth in areas like in irrigation, agriculture, etc. So let me allow Jaime, Eddie to begin and tell us a little bit about this. Well, thank you very much to everybody and to all the organizers. Thank you for this event and for the invitation to the district university that is present as well. Thank you for inviting district university. And let's echo something that was said by the previous panelists, and from this panel and the previous panels, let's talk about two important concepts here. One is the scaling. The other is the opportunity for the data. Why is scaling so important? Ricardo was telling us earlier and mentioned about the importance of the dialogue of knowledge, and which for me is fundamental, where we have to take that science away from the high pedestal where we always place science, that scientific journal, that article, that data, that machine learning, and we're filled with a bunch of different vocabulary words that LLMs talked about earlier, that every time we come with these words to the communities, they run away. And what we actually want is for communities to help us to co-build this information, because they know how to do this and they do this every single day. And let me just give you a very simple example, because you asked me what platform. Well, we already have that platform. It's in all of our cell phones. It's called Google Earth. It's called Waze, for example. All of us are contributors. Every single day we contribute to these platforms. We inform wherever there's a traffic jam, wherever there's maybe a batch in the road, etc. That information actually works and it makes decisions. You're changing the decisions of where other people are driving their vehicles every time you query this platform. And it was actually built by the community itself. This was not actually built by scientists. No, obviously scientists are behind the scenes in academic sectors, but we've actually played the fundamental important role of saying that, hey, but did you verify that data? Hey, what is your contrast and your comparison? What is the statistical analysis that you did about that hole, the hole in the road that you reported? No. We need to actually know where the indigenous reserve is. Or no, we need to know exactly whether that church, that municipal church exists in the main square or 3 blocks away from the main square. We need to know how many paved roads exist and how many trees are in each municipality, right? We don't need us to download satellite imagery for us, latest generation with high resolution, where we can do an analysis combining different layers. No, because we're not talking about technical matters here. So how are we going to translate this to the community and transfer this to the community? And I'm thinking, director, what do we have to work on basically in this translation into simple language? Because Google Earth I asked myself, they asked the Minister of Education, how is our digital transformation going, where the children in the schools are actually learning how to manage these tools or how to manage this? Google Earth to help you learn geography, not Google Earth simply to explore and do a walk through a certain area, but so we can feed it. In this exercise, we've done it. All of us have fed these different systems. The village where you live, for example, Ricardo, surely this village doesn't have access or paved road. We actually paint it in Google Earth. We actually go in there and I draw it there. Any person can actually draw it in the municipal city hall where we have an internet connection, and Google will validate that with a satellite imagery and they can test it out. Who's the contributor? Anybody can contribute to this map. Any user. Did they have to study a PhD in geography in order to give us the access road to the roads and the 3 different municipal branches that we have to tell you that this is a dirt road that can only come in, and this is another one that only horses can go through? But you know how much information and how much a lot that Colombia is missing now, that information, and we're all contributors, and that's where the dialogue of knowledge exists. Let's stop this geography from the pedestal, and let's put this on the horizontal table, and it should be a grassroots effort. Thank you very much, Professor. You spoke about communities. Sometimes this is a very broad term, but we have communities like, for example, agricultural communities as well. And we have guests from the Federation that organize themselves as well with a common purpose of improving their own capacities. And sometimes aligned with this, in this case, the private sector, sometimes it seems like they're a passive stakeholder, just like a user that actually receives that information in order to do their own planning. But what has happened in the past is that they've taken or they play a fundamental role, an active role in generating information as well. In fact, in decision making as well. Precisely as far as sectors are improved, like the agriculture sectors, we're talking about what feeds all Colombians. But apart from these, like economic issues as well, and obviously the country advances with this information, and I think it's also very important for. We're speaking about voices from that voice from the private sector. From that private sector, tell us about that those obstacles and those challenges you face that you've overcome in that short term. What comes in the short term in line to all this? Thank you, Director, for this invitation, and thank you to the EDM and the Agustin Codazzi Institute, and to the host and the National University. Another important point, Director, is that from the approach from the Colombian Coffee Federation, well, specifically, we have to have clarity, three fundamental pillars. One, from the technical side of things, how our approach specifically is the coffee farmer. How do we reach the coffee farmer? There's three fundamental pillars. Extension services, it's 1,026 people, agronomist engineers that are scattered throughout the country in 610 coffee region municipalities. We have the Semi Cafe Coffee Research Center, and obviously the coffee information system, which is called the SEEK, where effectively this system is used to capture all information related to coffee production systems and information from farms and the coffee farmers. How much information is being permanently updated? It's about 560,000 coffee farmers, 2 million plus, 2.2 million land plots for coffee farming that are geo-referenced, and all of this information basically is what supports us in order to make decisions. Specifically speaking, on the issue related to the technical management, it has 6 different programs where we work with coffee farmers. Technological transfer, this is a fundamental issue which is related to all the research and development that Cafe actually does, and this technology transfer is taken to the coffee farmers using our extension services program. The strategy in order to reach communities or coffee farmers obviously is the extension service, but not the extension field worker to collect data, but this is a professional that accompanies the coffee farmer and accompanies these coffee farmers' families as well. It's not simply just going out there to collect information. They help them. And this accompaniment, the Federation has certain methodologies that they use, which are group and individual personal methods. The group methods are like meetings, field visits, forums, where they work with coffee farmers. They create different village groups, and we take them all of this transformation and technology information so that these coffee farmers can take advantage of another personalized settings where the field worker reaches the farm, goes to a specific farm, and the attention is more personal, more specific, and more personalized accompaniment to these farms. They go out with the coffee farmer in their farms, and during that technical assistance, they collect that data as well. How do we collect the data? Well, via certain mobile devices that each of the different field workers has, and in a disconnected fashion, not even having to be connected to the internet. They capture the information and then it's updated after. When they have internet access, they get updated related to the information about the ages of, how long the lots have been, what types of coffee varieties are grown in each of these different coffee farms. And all of this information is what we have available to us, not only at a coffee farmer level, but from that village, from that municipality, from that Department of State, and from the country. With this information, we make every decision that is necessary in the coffee sector. Thank you so much. I had the opportunity to not know so closely, but in the partnership that we have with the Coffee Federation, to know a little bit about the process. And this is a very rigorous process and very detailed process. I'm not sure if there's other organizations that also have that level of detail and that level of follow-up where you can know if there's maybe a plague or an insect, and almost in real time, and to take immediate action. And that's very important as well. And that's a huge task. That's one of our major export products. And here are friends or foreigners, possibly, or I think they know us quite well because of our Colombian coffee. So this is a task that is a huge, huge task. So now let's go on to the last part of this panel discussion. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I'm going to allow now Angela to tell us a little bit about what type of strategic partnerships between the public and private sectors, academic sectors, and civil society do you consider could be that first step in order to make these collaborations a reality, because you from school, we see that you're in a research group, and you also told us that you've been able to participate with different stakeholders. I feel that the most important alliance right now is the one that incorporates the government and includes the school settings, civil society as well, and using technology as a fundamental tool in order to propose solutions to issues that are affecting us, like contamination, climate change, deforestation. And this would help us so that actions are more efficacious, quicker, timely, and provide us better results and help us make better decisions. Every sector would play a fundamental role, which would be key. Like, for example, the government can actually provide us with the data and the information and what we actually need. Schools and universities can also help us now to provide that level of research so that students can know how to use these different types of tools and these systems and analyze that data in order to propose solutions at an educational setting level. Civil society, well, we, the youth especially, we should propose fresh ideas and to verify that these results are actually bearing the fruits and having an impact in our planet. And also proposing or encouraging youth conversations that together with experts we can actually propose possible solutions and not simply using technology as a fixed use case, but we can create networks, learning networks, together with people that would want to create these actions to be able to achieve very beautiful solutions in our planet. Thank you so much. All these fresh ideas are great. This morning I was referring about the idea to modernize our institutions because today we have other paradigms and other visions of our environment about technology that were not the visions that we had 30, 40 years ago or even 50 years ago. Now I'm going to open up the space for closing so that our panelists can actually give us one key message. We have all the geo voices here available, and during the different previous interventions, they've given us that information and those flagships that you have in order to work. Let's begin with Ricardo so he can give us a closing message from the community's perspectives for indigenous communities. I wanted to thank you for this space. Very important reflections that each of the different panel members have given us. I wanted to invite everybody to continue to build this process together, but never forget about those practical knowledges and ancestral wisdoms that exists. Once again, the reflection is that technology, data, and information is very good, but only as long as it is used to serve the community. And that all of these exercises that are being done in the territory can continue to be potentialized. It's important that from institutions, let's not think simply about projects, but let's think about processes. We've been doing this with the EDM ever since 2013, not in a continuous fashion. However, we have done exercises in different phases trying to reach a conclusion to these solutions. I think if we think about a process, certainly we'll have some better impacts in our territories. And I think that that's the path in order to help us consolidate information based on diversity. We, in our indigenous villages, we always work with these types of concepts. Unity in the midst of diversity. If we do this in this fashion, I think that we can transition through these paths. There's a common objective, which is to protect our planet, to care for our planet, to respect it. And if via different lines, including Western science and including technology, we can use all of this as was thought about and how our ancestors did, I think we're in the correct path. If not, that path will lead us toward a space which is undesirable, which would actually ruin what our elders have left for us. Thank you, Ricardo. Now I'm going to allow Miguel Valenzuela to respond. Thank you. I wanted to give you three final ideas. I think that Colombia, the country in general, is one of the countries which is the most planned countries. We have super plans, department-based plans, uh, river basin plans. We have innovation plans and transfer technology plans. I think that this is the moment of actually start to use this information. We have many plans, but the idea is to be able to implement them now. Take them to the territory and execute all these plans. Action is something that we need to do very quickly. The second message is the usage of all of these tools. Many times we value and we qualify the different apps and applications, the use of AI, the use of platforms, web platforms, the use of maps. So the creation of all of these developments that are improved day after day. We keep improving the exactitude of information. But who is taking ownership of all of this? Who is appropriating this? We need to assess this more. We have to focus a bit more on the appropriation of tools and the usage that people give to these types of tools. And third, focused on youth and the academic sector. This is also an invitation. We are doing very important work from training our students, educating our students, showcasing all the different tools that exist related to research processes. But we would like to have private companies and civil society and the state to participate, to allow students to be able to do their internships with all of you, to be able to actually work with you as student learners and interns, and that will help you identify all the knowledge that they've acquired, where they can apply that knowledge, where you can implement it. That would be a great support for all universities in general, that we're training these future professionals, and at a scale level, at a school level as well, at a technical level. I think that that is something very important as well. Yes, truly important, this educational setting to give continuity to these issues. Now, Juan Pablo. Thank you, Director. I think that there's three fundamental points as a final key message. The first point, it's necessary to have public-private partnerships. That's fundamental. And just to give you that example about the partnership that we have with the UUDM, the European Pact norm came about, how we act, how we are actually going to face this new reality and this due diligence for the Pact for the European Union. And the EDM, strategically speaking, basically in the forest mapping, the EDM, the idea is to create a map that is free of deforestation in the coffee region. Here we see an example of a partnership that is efficient. We did a project with the Department of the Huila. We are going to add some additional departments or states. So the first call of attention is we need public-private partnerships. The second is related to collaborative governance. When we have these types of governance models, I think it's fundamental to have trust between the different entities that participated within the partnerships. There has to be trust involved. And a very interesting thing is that we have to listen to the community. We always need to have information that goes both ways. We always have to bring information, but the strategic idea is to be able to capture information so that community can participate in generating that information. And we need to have feedback from the communities, not only to capture their data, spatial data, but the community has to be able to participate in our technical tables. They have to participate in early alert systems as well. And that effectively, this has to be a two-way conversation. That's basically the message in this forum for different voices. Thank you. Very important. Let's continue with Professor Jaime Eddy. Thank you. Amongst my reflections, I think we need to identify the role that corresponds to each of us with clarity in society. The community's role, the community is the target and the subject that we need to act in pro of to prevent risks for planting crops, planning the territory. So, but we always speak about this like if we institutions in the academic sector were going to provide solutions because we are the ones that know, and we don't include them within the construction of these things, which can be very simple when we actually place somebody that gives us their opinions from their own local perspective of what they feel is missing. Yes, boss, very interesting what your vision is, but we don't have any internet here. Oh, so let's build a solution where we have no internet. So we have to work offline so that when we go back online, well, we can have this uploaded. Because sometimes we get blindsided here. What happens if we actually report active movements offline because that was not dropped in a minute. That was started to be activated, and that has a process involved. But oh no no, since there's no internet here, we can't do that. What do you mean you can't? When you go to the village, you can report that and connect. So we have to work offline and online because we ourselves are filled with a bunch of vocabulary that sometimes we become blind. The technical people become blind. Say, so there's internet? No, no, we can't do it. There's internet. No, wait a minute. The world has worked always before the internet. They built the pyramids without a GPS system, and now we have to have a GPS to even just find any infrastructure. No, no, no. We have to build this, and our students at a university level or the academic sector has to play their role, which is to think. Imagine us building a process that the data from the data from NASA is open. We have so much open data, which is more and more available. Colombia on the map is giving us more aerial photography of all the urban areas and the urban centers. But who's processing all this data? Nobody. So we set a goal many years ago to build or to find the images or capture the images. Now we have it. We have over 400 municipalities that have all their urban centers already detailed. But who's processing this data? Nobody. We need to have like maybe until we have a mega institutional contract in order to process data, or if we have people that can contribute with data from the city hall, even if it's the secretary of planning or the president of the community action board. Well, we have to change our mindset and the way of thinking. It's not simply using contracts or institutional mega contracts, but the academic sector and our students at the national university and the district university and every university, basically, all of us have to become contributors in these types of processes that research institutes and institutions like the EDM or like the Geological Survey. Well, we have to build these so that internships can be done by contributing. These aren't internships, have to make sense. Every day we have to contribute to the processing of data. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So for the wrap up here, I'm going to allow our Deputy Director, Ana Milena, to do the closing wrap up. Thank you, Director. I wanted to wrap this up with two things, and with two things. The first is to tell everybody that it has to be accessible information, understandable, digestible, reliable, timely. That saves lives and it cares for life. And that's very important because if we invest in science, at a public level, if we invest in research institutions and public, and the DIAN and the GAC are two of our institutes that are part of our national knowledge systems for knowledge of risks. These are fundamental factors. And I think that here we also have political decisions that are clear about the needs of having open science, democratic science, technical science that is open, and a dialogue with the universities that actually generate science that has to be public and should be democratic in nature. But this science, and here comes the second message that I want to leave you with, is that this public information, democratic information, reliable information, if it doesn't deal with local knowledge of communities, it's not appropriated by the municipalities, the grassroots, and the secretaries of planning. If it's not, it doesn't take care of or save lives because it's necessary for that information to be trickled down to the territory. It has to be pertinent to communities that inhabit these territories. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not going to go too much further because the time is almost, but I simply wanted to thank all of our panelists. I think that the representatives of what we've called geo voices, I think have given us lots to think about and many challenges that we have to continue to overcome. But in general, and something that I wanted to highlight is that we are in a common location, a common place, which we need to articulate. We need to work together. All of us agreed that every location, every institution on their own will not reach the end goal. We have to work together. And I think that's the biggest take-home message here. I think that people are willing, but apart from willingness, we're already building paths and routes. And as we see here from different voices, all of us are walking in the same direction, which is trying to make information more territorial or local. So thank you very much to all of you for that, for being here. Thank you very much to all the participants. Thank you very much to all the participants for your interventions. And we're going to take the group picture, the official picture, in order to wrap up the agenda of this first day of AmeriGEO 2025 with the conclusion spaces and the closing of this session with the slogan, promoting Geo-Colombia, redefining the future of their territories. We thank everybody present and everybody that's online. Thank you for being here via YouTube from the IDEAN and from the IGAC. Thank you so much for participating with us. Thank you for connecting with us on this first day of AmeriGEO 2025. Remember, let's see each other tomorrow and on Wednesday once again. Thank you so much. Now, let's continue with the conclusions. Promoting Geo-Colombia, redefining the future of our territories. This space is moderated by Dr. Ricardo Quiroga, whom is part of the Geographic Knowledge Management, the Agustin Codazzi Geographical Center, IGAC. And with him, we have Jusleia Echeverri, General Director from the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies EDM Institute. With them, we also have Mr. Gustavo Marulanda Gonzalez, General Director of the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute. Welcome, all of you.
Mr. Anderson Puentes will be joining us this afternoon. We want to apologize on behalf of our director, Gustavo Marulanda Morales, who could not attend, who could not be with us right now, but we will continue with this conclusion section and answers to questions asked throughout the day. We will be concluding shortly. For those of you who don't know the schedule for tomorrow, please go to our website, IGAC. In section AmeriGEO 2025, you can access this information updated in real time. There you can get to know the entire agenda, the activities, the forums, and the different subjects that we will be developing tomorrow on the second day of week AmeriGEO 2025. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Quiroga of the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute. For this closure, it's going to be a brief closure. We're going to try to be here for 15 minutes at the most. And the idea that we have is basically recap what has happened today, the conversation we've had about how the power of geographic data, the communities, the institutions, and the solutions understand the intelligence of the Earth. This concept of Earth intelligence has four elements, and that is to say, if a project does not have benefit to a community, if it does not lead to benefits, it's not about innovation per se, but technology for social science services and vice versa. So when we're talking about intelligence of the Earth, and this week is designed to talk about Earth intelligence, how technology of all of innovation, AI, observations of the Earth, we're in a scenario of new geographic data. NASA just launched a synthetic opening. Canada's capturing Colombian radar. We have the option of the European Space Agency, space in Argentina, how all of this becomes decision making in the communities. I want to welcome Engineer Anderson Puentes, Director of the Geographic Information of the Agustin Codazzi Institute. With this preamble, we're going to have this following dynamic. We have given a provided a QR for people to ask questions. We have a few questions, but we're going to start with IDEAM Director Gisliani asking, according to what we heard today, the story of history of GeoColombia, and I want to make this introduction. Colombia is part of the observation of Earth since 2011, so we're going to be turning 15 years of participating in that, and Geo has 20 is 20 years old. 20 years old. So what has happened? Well, IDEAM has been a leader in a lot of projects in forests and carbon. The Geographic Institute has been a leader in cadaster topics. So after all of these years, the question is, where are we going in terms of articulation? What's the correct strategy so that we articulate ourselves and the observation, the Earth observation data can be at the service of communities under the concept of intelligence of the Earth? I think that precisely that's the closure because we've talked a lot about this throughout the day. I'm going to be summarizing it as such, and I was mentioning it during the first panel. First, we need to organize internally. We need to know what there is in the institutions. What are the capacities? What are the real capacities? A lot of times we raise our hands to update ourselves and such, but we're not very clear about what we have in the institution. So these maps of processes, these flows of information, the needs of a computation capacity needs to be clear so that we can advance. And once we have this clear, we need to look for the interoperability mechanisms. This is fundamental. We were talking about it this morning and we've talked about it throughout the day. All of us, all of the geo voices and the different panelists that have spoken today have raised their hand saying we need access to the information. You need to provide or make this access easier to so that we can make processes more dynamic. This is fundamental and it's a task from the institutions that are the ones who create the input of this data, in this case through satellites, and they process them. So we have a task and a commitment in which we've advanced in an important way. We see more and more data, more open, more entities, not only IGAC and IDEAM, who have an important role, but a lot of entities are betting towards these sort of tools like story maps. They're helping a lot with sharing of information. So there's a lot of tools where we can find these places, these common places for articulation that are useful for the academia, for the private sector, they're useful for the government and for the citizens in general. So I think these points are what allow us to articulate on a level of sharing information. Our Professor Jaime was just saying it. The task is not only to download the technical information and deliver it as such, but to download it, process it, and to deliver it more processed. And I think the integration is in that final point. Okay, thank you very much. And Engineer Anderson, I want to ask you the following question, summarizing everything. We've talked about the power of the geographic data today. We've also talked about the potency of the geographic data. Where are the opportunities so that geographic data be a dynamic factor in all of decision making? Because one thing is the power of the data. Yes, we use it, it's powerful, but what's the real potency of the data towards the sustainable development that we're talking about? Well, what we see is, imagine you can have an X-ray. You have an X-ray with absolute clarity of what is happening in your territory, how it is today, that you're looking from above and you have this general panorama of what's happening in the territory. You have to be you can establish with this what you're lacking for your territory to increase its potential, maximize itself. This is the element. This is what we're trying to bring. And as our director of IDEAM was saying, How do we take this? And it was mentioned by several other participants, the professor and Anita, everybody has said it, how this information becomes in something that is exploitable, that it can be used usefully. And it has to go first from the trusting the data, the information, data that shows me truly what's happening in my territory, and that allows us to have a vision towards where I want to lead it with the different variables that we can have in terms of use of cultural exploitation, development and protection of the environment, economic development, or maybe a combination of all of the variables for it to be sustainable and conservable, based or going through the capacity that regional entities need to have to administer the data. All of the young people that are here, students of these are high school students that are already dealing and handling geographic information as if it was a conventional point of information, data. You're growing up, or you have grown up with a very different perspective to which we grew up with, because you know that information has a complement that is visualization and digital natives. The potential of data is, and we see it as to how it can be taken advantage, how it can be exploited in benefit of their communities. He or she who has knowledge and who has information, we've known he or she dominates, has power in their hands, but having information that can be administered by many then generates a benefit for many as well. Well, thank you for your answer. And then the last question, so that we can answer the audience questions. We have about 8 more minutes. The question is the following. 20 years ago or 30 years ago, the cell phones came in with all of the applications. We're in a similar moment with geospace information. And the observation global space network says that we're about 20 or 30% of development of this new era of space data. We're estimating that from here to 2030, we're moving from 7 trillion to 30 trillion. So the question is, from the point of view of Colombian politics and policies, what do we have to do to not fall behind in the wave of development of the industry of geospatial development in terms of policies? Thinking of it as such, what does Colombia need to do to not fall behind? Because if we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. That's a tough question. Well, our congresswoman was inviting us to be a lot more active in politics and policies, and she's right. Science and techniques and cannot give its back to politics, and it needs to be more dynamic. And I think in that sense, our country and academic communities have also been more active. Today, for example, we have an important discussion of artificial intelligence that has been taken to Congress, and these are discussions that are starting to pave this path, because if we don't talk about it and we're not going to have this perspective, we're not going to have the ground to talk about it. And you just mentioned the quantity, 30 trillion, that's a huge amount. So Colombia is only getting started talk about AI, about geopolitics, geocompax. That's the base, but we need to carry on the discussion, because we don't need to just walk the same path that other countries have walked. Colombia and the region need to give a jump, do a jump. There are a lot of things that have been developed. We cannot just walk. We need to jump over what has already been developed. And of course, this discussion needs to be incorporated by technical schools and academia. This is a step that we're advancing, but there's a lot of things we need to talk about. Quantic compensation, for example. So I think in terms of policies, we need to create the policies and participate actively in the creation of these policies, so that we have the technical and scientific view there, and not only from outside. That is right. And complementing what you just said, Doctor, we were just talking with our other colleague from Uruguay, and its technology is already built. Many times we learned to program and feed algorithms. But what Congresswoman was saying is we need to exit ignorance through the basic understanding of what the data is telling us, how a data is built. Geography is constructed in rural areas every day. The knowledge or the building of knowledge needs to be based on them understanding what's happening behind the scenes. AI was said here. I think the natural intelligence is the one that needs to continue existing, and that's when you understand what is happening with construction and what's happening with geography. Construction of data is a representation of what's happening there. So when I do analysis, I can understand that the model of the representation of the geographic data can tell me whether or not something can happen, right? So I think there's a fundamental element which is the basic construction of elements, which is something that we're doing in the institute with the seedlings, with the participation of the youth, and with the change of paradigms. Programmers are important. AI cannot be put on the side. We need to continue to work with it, but I think we need to go a little bit deeper into coming back to the root understanding. Okay, thank you very much. And last question that comes from the audience, and that we have here. What do we expect to obtain from this week in AmeriGEO Week in Colombia? That's a question for both of you. Well, I'll get started. I think the expectations are very high. We've organized a conversation space of dialogue, intersectorial dialogue, not only nationally speaking, but internationally speaking, where we can talk about what's happening in the region, where we can have as a main objective to visibilize what's being done in different sectors in the different countries of the region. And it's a meeting point. If we don't talk about it, if we don't visualize it, we're not going to be able to advance in this. So I think the objective also beyond meeting here is that important bets come out of this. You've seen that our guests are from Congress, from the executive branch, so that we can discuss about policies of regional articulation. Tomorrow is International Day, and we'll see the dialogues of points that we have in common and how, as a region, we can be a lot stronger in the geospace line. So there's this objective of civilization, of articulation, and the line of strengthening capacities. Yes, and with that as a roadmap as well. 1 year ago, we were in Ecuador with IDEAM and IGAC and the representative that was sent by the doctor, and they sort of teased us, right? They encouraged us to develop this event in Colombia, and we started talking with the experts of NOAA, of Geo, Global Geo, and we were trying to establish the objective of one AmeriGEO week in a country like ours. And it's pretty simple objective, adding to what the doctor said here. And it's how can we include and link entities and national organisms who take decisions into this conversation. Why? Because IDEAM and IGAC, we've been talking about it since the beginning. We are aligned since the beginning. We talked with the housing ministry. The minister was very close to joining us this morning. We talked about with the National Planning Department. There's a lot of entities in the country, the academia with the National University. We talk with them actively. It's basically the same entities that are around this. They already know that, but we need to transmit the information to the decision makers of the country, the importance of the construction of geographic data and taking advantage of this data. In Colombia, we have uh, government periods of 4 years. In a lot of instances, there are changes in policies and there are changes in the leaders, and that's not necessarily bad. But how can we establish state policies that remain through time, that allow for positive actions to not get lost? This is an event that tends to happen, particularly in Colombia. It happens. So our job, obviously, we're talking about science, technology, but it's a political work and a diplomatic work as well, so that we can establish a more direct connection. Geodesia in Colombia is financed by the state, and over the last few years, it's been financed and has been strengthened through the multi-purpose cadastre. But the importance that it has goes way beyond that. But nobody finances geodesia more than the state. So if the decision makers are not clear about elements like geodesia, the identification of climate change, the grounds, cartography, that these are fundamental factors for diagnosis of their territory, we're going to continue to back down. That's what I call the backstage. Yes, our institutions have an important role, which is the base of many decisions, if not to say all of the planning, territorial planning decisions in the country. And oftentimes, what we see as the result, for example, in the case of conservation or reforestation policies, we see it when we plant, etc. But behind that, there's a lot of technical work to identify deforested areas, and all of that is geodesia, geospace data, and that is the like the raising of our hand that we need to do. Yes, in order to do that, we need to strengthen the entire backstage. Okay, well, thank you very much. We've reached the end of it. A final thought, and for the rest of the week, we have high-level theme contact. We have tomorrow. We have the geospace agencies talking about how we can articulate the region. Geo ecosystem has four elemental pillars: the data provider, those who process the data, the scientific community, the products and services that are generated, and lastly, the community. That's the earth. So the invitation for all of you, we need to learn about land intelligence and to start for all of us to think how do we get the engine rolling. So thank you to our panel. Engineer Anderson, thank you very much. Doctor, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are done for the day, but we would like to thank everybody, all our panel members, moderators, participants. Thank you all for joining us on the first day of AmeriGEO Week 2025. It has been a very productive day to learn how AmeriGEO encourages regional cooperation, exchange of data, and the use of geospace information to face common challenges and promote sustainable development in Colombia and all of the region. We want to see how you can live from your social media this great event. So please share your experiences in stories or posts using hashtag AmeriGEO 2025. We'll see you tomorrow once again. Earth Intelligence for a Sustainable Future, AmeriGEO 2025. Happy afternoon.